your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Open eye, feel the waves cut through me. Hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, hold tight. Chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'll surrender it. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here. We're at the end of the ride. It's the best of 5 grand finals for season number 1 of the Canada Contenders League. My name is Sticula. Joining me here will be Binks. We are joining up, we're teaming together, and we're here to tackle this engaging and really enlightening series.
Tide Pods and ValorsGG, I have to wonder, how did we get here? Because I gotta tell you, they weren't the number 2 picks that I would have had going to the finals in this BO5.
No, honestly, it was a bit of an upset that we had back in the semifinals, and the team that was at the top of the ranks all season, Team Viral, only lost a single map out of the 14 that they played. They got to the semifinals, and they got dispatched. I mean, it was an ugly game, and they got made quick work of. And after that, from what I'm being told, they disbanded. So, that's a bit of a yikes. When we were on that final play day, I was kind of mentioning it, that maybe this is going to be sort of a cursed situation. You know, you almost have a flawless run, but just kind of have that record get nicked at the very end. And then, you know, what does that mean for your postseason success? Well, it means they don't go very far. And Team Viral kind of have a bit of a stumble there at the start. And Tide Pods are not a bad team by any stretch, but they are a pickup stack, and they have had some games where it's honestly been a one-man show. It's been Hypers just dragging them through, and I'm really excited to see what a player like that can do as they heat up in the match to decide it all.
I think that it really goes to the saying that anything, as soon as you get to playoffs, anything is possible. If you see a team that was the bottom seed hop into playoffs, like, you know, this is it. This could be our year. When you have people talking, this is our year, this is our season, that is exactly why.
Sure, all right. Let's go ahead and get acquainted with the teams and check out the rosters from either side so we all know who will be casting out on the field. As I mentioned there, Hypers on Tide Pods. He has had games where he has broken records, to say the least, here in CCL, and it has been a real treat to watch him. And so here in a best of 5 with an experienced player like him, I'm not in any doubt whatsoever that we're going to see another one of those shocking games. And for a player like Hypers, who's got so much experience, you know, you put that in combination with Zigalo as well, with Aquinio, who have all been around the block for a very long time. That's going to help you out in this best of 5, where if it does get down to the wire, if we go that full stretch to a 4th, 5th map scenario, I think they're going to be able to pull it out just off of that experience and that endurance factor. But you look over on the other side to ValorsGG, and they've got a few players who you're probably familiar with as well. Shu, I've been casting for a really long time, even going back to his time on Lycus Empire. You've also got Storms, who played on Nordic in the Canadian Challenger League, and also played on Orglis in, I want to say it was 2021 Stage 1 in the Challenger League here in Faceit side, and he has been around the block, and he's also a player who really can step up and be the leader here. From my experience when he was on Nordic, he was kind of the figurehead of that team, and he really led them to a lot of performances, and he was the one, when things would break down, Storms would address that, he would try to solve the issues, and he would really be that person to piece it all back together.
So 2 phenomenal teams here today that you know are going to be clashing. We have the experience and the fragment potential, both ValorsGG and Tide Pods, but we have to wonder the biggest influential factor, and that is where we are actually going to be playing.
Yeah, and the one thing about this scenario as well, both of these rosters are pickup teams, so there isn't really any crazy scrimming that's been going on that would, you know, influence the veto system a lot, because in a best of 5, as you might know, it's ban, pick, decider, so there isn't really a lot of wiggle room. You ban a map that you don't feel good on, and then you got all 5 of the others that your team, your opponent, leave up there on the field. So if I had to predict, honestly, I'm hoping for maybe like an Oregon or a Cafe ban up first, but in all reality, I think it's probably going to be something like maybe Chalet that could get banned. I could also maybe see room potentially for Villa to get vetoed out, but we're just going to have to see what it says, to be honest.
I think especially for the caliber of these players, they're not looking to have that wishy-washy buffer rooms of Villa, or if you look at Chalet, they don't want to have that trench warfare, as I like to call it, whenever they're pushing in through Piano Door. They want to have a lot more fluidity and fluctuation. So I could see us, the Oregon map pick, where you have that option to go and rotate around, will be a huge influential factor. But I do believe we have map bans ready to go, so we can stop speculating and get right on in to the action.
As far as the map veto goes, I don't think there's really anything that could shock me too terribly much here. It generally goes one of 2 ways. We'll actually have Oregon and Cafe both getting banned.
Wow,
That is That's a little crazy there. I had no peeks behind the screen this time. I did hear ahead of time the Consulate was up first, but that is going to be really interesting because we get all the maps that I like to cast. You know, we don't get Oregon, we don't get Cafe. We get Consulate. It's a really explosive first map. I'm a big fan of this one personally. And Consulate has actually not been a big stranger in the playoffs in the Viral versus Valors game. Valors won at 7-1 against Viral, but to be fair, in that game, Viral had kind of given up, and I watched back the VOD. There was not a lot of substance to go off from that game. It felt like Valors were just sort of doing their thing, and Viral were kind of pulling a little bit of a troll R6 in that game, and it got a little bit ugly towards the end. But we'll have Consulate first and foremost there from Valors, and I'm really excited. I feel like Consulate is the perfect map to set the tempo in a best of 5 because it requires a lot of those strong siege fundamentals.
I think that's really where we can see the foundation of vertical concept come into play, where especially on that basement site, it's where you have to really set up. It's about getting that roam clear, and you have to have enough time. Cafe, we don't see it as much because you have the layers. You can still look up from the second floor. You have a whole bunch of, you have 2 different stairways to rotate up. Consulate, although you have 3 different rotates, you have to lock it down and lock it down fast. If you're attacking basement, vertical sites, done. You got to get the pressure, got to get that util, get the garage open. Hey, garage isn't working, let's go around to the back. It's so many variables you have to take into consideration. If you don't have a good, fundamentally strong team with people who have good chemistry to know the way to work around, Consulate is not going to work out for you.
That's a good point. And something else, another story here in the semifinals was Northern Shield, which honestly was a team that we probably would have had pegged as being in the grand finals if, you know, not second just to Team Viral off of, you know, regular season performance and purely when you're looking at things from the stats on paper. So that was a bit of a surprise as well that they got taken out by Valors. And one of the things as well that I did talk to Valors about was when they played Northern Shield on Clubhouse, they managed to shut out NS, barring a single round on Northern Shield's offense. And when I talked to Aquino about that, he sort of painted this picture of their roster being very flexible. That's one of their key strengths. And given that they don't have any set strats, they're able to kind of constantly adapt, change on the fly. And it can really be the thing that ups the ante for the Valors defense. And you know, maybe that'll show up here today in this best of 5 if, you know, maybe we see more performance here in that flexibility, and it's hard to get a grip on that for Tide Pods, who themselves are kind of the slippery commodity, a very, you know, agile team that's constantly on the move. That could be a situation where we get a little bit scrappy, don't you think, Biggs?
I'd agree, and it really brings us back to, if you remember, year 2 Penta, maybe even if you want to stretch it into year 3 Penta. So their old roster, they became the Gene 2 roster. They would go into strats having a extremely rough idea. If you thought that they had like their full battle planner lineup ready to go, I hate to break it to you, but they had very little plan. They had, you go there, you go there, you go there, cover this, and it's just that pickup, that ability to work and not have anything solidified is so very influential, and it can make the biggest difference in a game.
All right, well, let's see if it does manage to make that difference here as we've got Consulate. It's ready. We'll dive in here. Thank you all for sticking with us in the Canada Contenders League Grand Finals. For Consulate, a lot of times you generally will get kind of this blanket Thatcher, and then sometimes you'll get this joined by the Nomad. Honestly, there isn't a terrible amount of flexibility. Just from my experience, very rarely do you see things that go out of that meta. Back in maybe, you know, 2 or 3 metas ago, you would get a little bit of Capital ban here on Consulate, but it's actually the Zero who get vetoed. So less of the Nomad in terms of that, you know, sort of active play watch.
Man, I see the Zero call, and we always have to appreciate the players in the chat, but why would they, like, you're probably thinking, like, Zero's not that good. Why would they ban Zero? His capabilities for setting up those flank watch cams and his ability to just frag out hard breach charge is something that you cannot forget on Consulate. And one person that I am sad to see it go, but understand it more than anything else, is that Valkyrie. The reason for this Valkyrie ban is, if you can think of all those palm trees outside, now just think of the nightmare that it is having to look for a Valkyrie cam in each and every single one. It is probably one of the biggest headaches, and you will constantly get red scanned because they don't even have to worry about you knowing where they are, because you're not going to find them.
It's very true, and nobody really likes to play IQ. She doesn't have much of a spot for her in the current meta, so banning Valkyrie out is just sort of the easy way out of that situation, and then the Mira to wrap things up as well. But I'm really ready to just see what Hypers is going to be able to do. Because you think back to all of his sub-performances in the regular season, and he's the one who really defines... He's the one that we watch for the story of the game, to be honest with you. Because he constantly will run towards Valors, or run towards whoever he's playing against, and make those challenges, and he doesn't have any fear whatsoever. Because he's a sub, and to be honest... he's kind of just playing here for a little bit of fun to, you know, enjoy some competitive siege during his LFT period, and that's what makes him so dangerous and so hard to get a handle on, because he will swing you, he's unpredictable, and you don't know what to do, frankly, when you're against him.
That unpredictability, it's going to be this constant loop, a constant circle of saying, well, if they don't really have a 100% set setup, when I do my VOD review on them, I can only just analyze the way they play. I can't analyze a strat that I think is going to come out. And for some of these teams, that is something that they rely heavily on, their ability to plan and work around a setup or work around a type of setup. So it then forces other teams to pick it up and say, we have to be on the fly, ready for this, ready for this. Oh, what if they go and barricade garage door? What if they run out garage door? It's that versatility that comes in play, and it's reflected in the operator selection. Thus, the Nomad of Hoax. Because if you have to worry about a run out, I guarantee you there's going to be a run out sooner or later, and you want to have that coverage, that flank watch. It's always there for you. And the Iana Storms, those are two of my favorite ops to see playing together. Nomad and Iana, simply because of how much information and support they provide to their team when used properly.
Yeah, they can be an incredibly valuable commodity here for the offensive consulate. We'll see sort of this full take clearing out the entirety of the top floor as it's a start inside of admin. You do have the Mozzie to think about, but Badger finds him with a nade. No clue where that even towards, but that's a bit of a bad omen for Tide Pods to have Hypers die without even really being able to fire any bullets back. They were against the Sledge player. It's a bit of a shocking one. Maybe we'll figure out where he died eventually, but the round continues to march on, and Valors have got a pretty serious bite behind this full clear of the map.
I talked about that vertical earlier on, and based on how easily it's being given up is a little bit concerning. They do have the nitros down below if they are able to connect. And that sledge pick is actually huge from Zigalo, because that's going to deny a lot of the vertical capabilities with only one breaching charge remaining from Shutu Sussy on the Zofia. So this should be able to switch a lot of things up. Electric Claw off the garage, and it should be free for Gingy to get the garage. But these picks, it's from the flank not being watched, and how ironic that it is the Nomad that's going to die from that.
Yeah, that is a little bit rough for the Moroccan operator. Boobith with the nitro toss, but nobody up there at the mid-yellow section. Actually sent a smoke up here to sort of chase this. Breach finally open. Minute and 15 to work the play as Boobith seems to be lacking a little bit of cover there inside the cafeteria. Kinio tries to maybe move his way up past Sandwich to work the trade. And now Tron on the top of the white van having a bit of difficulty shooting that one out. Vertical hole open up, and Shu will fire off one of the lifelines. But the angle here against the smoke is a little bit tough to work. So this is going to further add to more and more time delay. Akinio is forced back and capitalized upon from Jinju. Should be outside of the breach. Coffee is working a flank play, though, and this could be what decides it. If Coffee is too slow, he might leave Zigalo a bit isolated on the site and vulnerable to the potential for Valors to try to capitalize on that. But the case is coming down, and there's really no way to deny this here. Zigalo kind of realizes that he has to make something happen, but it'll only get cut down there just outside of the security hallway. And now Coffee sent in for the 1 versus 3. There's still drones. There's still time. The countdown continues to wear on, and it'll be Storms who makes a bit of a light-out performance there on the first round.
I have to talk about that consistent pressure. And if I'm being honest, it was always there. They got into the building. They didn't waste time. Although, like, if I'm looking at the clock, I'd be like, oh, they're not going to push. They're not going to push. But I had no clue there. At every single point, if I was on the defending side, of Valor's, or sorry, on this Tide Pods, I would be so very scared. I'm like, is it coming now? How about no? I didn't have any breathing room, and that is probably one of the most crucial things in any sort of attack. You don't give, although they're forced up, trying to force their way up the stairs, it was denied ultimately. The kills came out, didn't make enough of an impact. Storms, like you said, very big performance.
I think maybe you could have done with having the Realm maybe work together a little bit better on that round. It felt like they were very isolated. I like the flank attempt from Coffee, don't get me wrong, but he does it at the last second, and there was just nobody there for him to find. They had kind of given up on the vertical play at that stage because they cleared out the smoke. They got rid of the Maestro's threat, and he was kind of forced back into security. So they knew that the entirety of the garage pretty much was clear. So at that point, you don't really need to stay on the vertical. They were focused on getting the case down, and when that had been accomplished, it was pretty much game over there for Tide Pods, who we're going to have to take a look back on the garage and cafeteria. We'll go for an immediate repeat of the objectives, but is it going to be enough to make a change and to ultimately allow them to slow down Valor's enough? That's still to be seen.
I'm going to see the basement reattempted. I'm never a fan of reattempting the same site over, especially when it seems like a very big... Oh man, I don't like it. Mainly, you get stuck. You are doing the same thing over and over again, and if you get stuck in a bad pattern, unless you're able to correct a lot of things, for example, hypers not dying off the rip would be a big one. But if you feel that you're not able to correct, or if you're doing around the same thing, well, you're getting more comfortable with your setup. The attackers are getting just as calculated, and they know exactly what they're doing. It becomes rehearsal for them if they know what's already going to work. So I believe it's important to switch things up, to move around. But regardless, Tide Pods, they're the reason that they're playing, and I'm here in the booth casting. They know what's up, and they know exactly how they can fix this round. So now, action phase has started. Hyper's taking more of a calm approach, and there it is. Calm to... Okay, Stick, I gotta ask you this one. Hypers reminds me of an ocean even. Like, this guy could be calm 1 second and he's gonna rip you up. You can never tell with this guy.
That's what makes him so lethal. A couple of things do change here for Tide Pods in their composition. The one that I would make the most light of would have to be the Maestro. Giving up on that. A lot of times your Maestro is going to be pretty crucial to shutting down. The plant pistol comes out there, but not enough to earn the double kill there. But at least Hypers will begin the round and find some impact before getting shut down. And again, it'll be that sledge player, the opening death for the offense. Just probably, not the position you really want to be in. The point that I would make is your soft destruction now is pretty much limited to Shu with the breaching charges. Boobith has a Nitro, and in the position that he's in here at side white, he could be maybe in position just enough to let that Nitro loose. You see he's got it in hand, he'll send it up, but no, the detonation comes, and it doesn't earn even a slight bit of damage there against Shu.
Minute 20 now remaining. We talked about that pressure last round on Valor's. They are now starting to put that into play with Gingy getting the garage open, Shu too sassy, waiting for a player on Tide Pods to get just a little bit too aggressive. And there's that extra bit of information, the Ayana Gemini replicator from Storms, pushing down the main stairs. And what's that Hoax even going to find one? That is a huge angle, and that's exactly how you play it. You maintain that pressure. They are going to get scared. They're going to have to move. There's Shoot Assessing from above. You have nowhere safe to play, and that is the biggest danger about this basement site. You can't let the attackers have so much comfortability to be able to go above. There's a triple kill for Hoax as he's just going absolutely off. Kinyo will be able to deny it, but there's Gingy Plant going down once again. Storms, deja vu, ending off the round just like that.
Two very similar rounds from the offensive point of view, especially at that late stage. They're able to really capitalize there, reducing Tide Pods on the site slowly, bit by bit, until eventually they have enough leverage to say, okay, let's go for it. Let's get that case down. Let's go for the plant, and let's try to make sure that it goes off without any problems. And it does. And so that's 2 rounds now where Valors have gone down to that garage side and really been the ones to determine how that is going to play out. For this third defense, I think it's a good decision for Tide Pods. Not going to go there again. They will not attempt the three-peat because it's been failing in the same way each time. And, despite the changes they make to the operators, despite the fact that, Hypers doesn't get opening picked and go, 0 for 1, he does at least get a kill. It doesn't really matter, though. Still, even losing the biggest part of your vertical play, Valor somehow are still able to react off the back of that. And so if we see the garage side again, I'm going to have some serious questions to be asking.
Now, for any person who is not too familiar with console, you're probably thinking middle floor. Every time I've played this map in ranked, middle floor is always the last place I go. Why on earth would Tide Pods decide to go there again? Or even go there as their secondary bomb site? For the simple reason that it gives you a lot of freedom with the way to rotate. You can hold from above, not to mention also a nitro from below. Your only problem is that main front door, which is something you can generally leave quite open. And with the introduction of Aruni to the comp meta, you can allow attackers to constantly throw projectiles there. And it's a quick peek. It's so very easy to shoot and reactivate that Aruni Shurya gate, as you'll see burn. Oh, how much utility was just burnt there? You gotta wait. In case you're wondering what happened there, there's a time that it takes for the Shurya gate to shut down. And if you try to shoot it out too fast, you're going to miss out and burn way too much utility. But just an absolute utility dump, as it does look like ValorsGG is looking for this dominant performance that they want. They want to make sure they have the site control. There's Coffee and Storms fighting right back.
Plant coming down, though. They're going to get the case down and really put the pressure here on the defense. There's no means to deny this. Storms will get the case off, and Tide Pods now into danger mode. Aquino trying to play close to the suicide window. He works a great pick there. Knocked back by the air jab. 30 seconds to play for. The offense really have got everything that they need, even if Tide Pods can manage to get up on the case. They're going to be able to nade or just fight their way through it. I like to call to reactivate the Surya gate, but it's a little too late here. And it's really not going to be able to change where this one is going. Aquino having a struggle. Sledge up close and personal. Badger will appear, and he'll push Valors over the line now for 3 in a row.
Man, oh man. It's cut and paste. Cut, copy, paste, whatever you want to call it. And just adapted. That felt, I feel like I'm back in my ranked game stick, but with an extra twist. Because you didn't have all the players going for the front door. You only had whoever you needed. Flashes went out. Bit of a burn. Nomad on the rappel. It was cold and calculated. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. It wasn't like, all right, drone phase. You guys want to rush? All right. Every player knew where they're going. Sledge from behind. You didn't notice it, but he was already coming in from the tellers area of the map. I don't know exactly where he entered from. That's already getting that pinched. You had the Nomad on the second floor rappel, denying a lot of that vertical. Because if you're trying to watch for that vertical plant, if you have someone out that window, I hate to break it to you, it's going to be impossible to do that without dying. But once again, same site being attempted by Tide Pods. Quite worrisome. But in this case, I'm going to call it justified. Because the reason why they lost the round came from something so very specific. An inability to watch a rush plant. Now with the Echo on the board, the Goyo there for the denial to you, not to mention Kinyo on the smoke. That seems like a whole bunch of denial followed up by those 2 nitro cells and 2 impact nades. Stick, it seems like they got everything they need to fix their mistakes.
Right, but will that work out in actuality? It's a question we'll have to wait and see for. Hypers has got a peek from the admin window. He's so careful, waiting for it to go for the melee. Spots one, and that shot's on target. Storm's taken down, and the GN to go with it there as well. That's your Iana, who had gone 5-0 up until that point, so maybe this is the start of something great here for Tide Pods. And maybe it's Hyper's time to shine and to start to explode and have that performance that we're expecting of him. But we still do have multiple other members here on Valors that you need to be prepared for, as Shu will come in. He encounters a bit of an obstacle. Tide Pods have stationed a few defenders. Gingy will gun down Hypers as it looked like he tried to work his way through the rotate, and it didn't pan out for the Mozzie. should be enough here on the top floor to start to work forward, but you are going to encounter Aquinio playing close at Bosco. X-Kairos are well-timed, though. Should be able to push him out of position. Boobuth doing some teamwork as well there, as he'll shoot a couple of the X-Kairos off, and that should allow the smoke to kind of hang on in his position, but Badger just takes the challenge and beats out the smoke player. What a surprising turn of events as Coffee turns his back to tail and tuck and run. He gets cut down now for 3 top-floor casualties. This round is not looking much better than the last.
I think we're just wondering if we're going to see a fourth at this point. With Boobuth up the main stairs, Zigalo getting hit by air jabs. Everything is just falling apart. Gunfight, top floor. Boobuth still not taking any damage. He's in a good position to make a play. But there's Gingy. He has the plant going down. They have been so proficient when planting the diffuser. And there's a 4th kill on the top floor. Zigalo is going to find 2 huge kills. Only 2 remaining. Taking out the bearing 9. Spraying out. Trying to find Badger. But there's Gingy to round it off. I gotta tell you, this plant consistency, the cross angles being established by ValorsGG are just so very hard for Tide Pods to contend with.
That'll be a 4th round now as Valors are just filing off the checklist here at this point. And Tide Pods, their consulate defense game is not looking so great at this point. Being able to consistently, as you mentioned, play that objective game on this map can pay the offense huge dividends. A lot of the sites, that's the main win condition. It's just getting the plant off in a position where you're safe, where you've got cover, where your teammate is holding you and doesn't allow the defense to encroach back. How many scenarios have we seen in this game where Tide Pods are able to retake? I don't think there's been a single one so far because they don't have any wins in their column. And maybe they need to kind of take a step back and approach this a little bit differently, because the way that they're coming at this right now is just flat out not working. Hypers is not having that crazy, 25 kill impact that he can have in some matches. Boobuth is, silent. We haven't heard a peep out of him so far. And Tide Pods need somebody. They need someone else to step up right now, because you look on the other side, what is getting Valors these wins? It's the teamwork. And that's going so well because nobody from Tide Pods is able to step up to bat and even start to work to dismantle that.
You gotta wonder if it's their ability to cut off the roam. Tide Pods, we mentioned it last round, that was 4 players that died on the top floor, right? Had they been playing those cross angles, played for one of their players, expecting one of their players to die, baiting them out even, I believe we could have seen a much different round, because when it came down to it, it was all left up to Zigalo, I believe, on the Echo. And there's not much he can do there. He even got 2 based on the aggressive swings. But unless you're playing for those peaks, playing to swing around properly, then you are setting yourself up for failure, especially on a map like Consulate with, look at this. You have an angle on Spiral. You have an angle from all these windows. It is a constant cross angle from the attackers. The only way to beat it is to retaliate by doing the exact same thing as a defender.
Well, we're here on the top floor side. It's subject of some controversy, this objective. Some teams will try to put split in their site rotation instead of this site, but I don't know. We'll have to see if it works out. Tide Pods haven't had any luck on any of the other sites so far, so really, hey, what if you got to lose by trying this one and seeing if maybe it's the top floor objective that will work? Got some pressure coming in from Yellow. Shu tries to move up. A little bit of lag there. Boobuth with the headshot, and Hawk shoots his teammate. First kill for Boobuth. Hypers finds one as well. 5 versus 2. So maybe this is the one to work out, as Boobuth will swing for another. Maybe hearing my criticism in the color segment there starts to have its impact, and it leaves Storms last alive in the most dominant situation that Tide Pods have faced all game.
1v5, it's Storms. He's going off. I think it's a little bit doable with a minute. It's probably going to be his kryptonite, the kryptonite time. He has an opportunity to push in, but pat the stats even, because that's 5 players to possibly bump it up. Default camp being left up. Opponent detected outdoors. You know that Tide Pods are going to be getting aggressive for this. They can free up the way they feel. They don't have to play all tightly knit and they have that freedom. Info, pinched, nowhere for him to go. Boobith will fall to Storms as he will find his first. Not getting lit up at all. 33 seconds to go now. He has a 6.0 KD, meaning that every single death, maybe he should be able to find this clutch. But no, there's a Kino at the top of the stairs on the smoke. SMG 9 in hand. And that will be Tide Pod's first round on the board.
Well then, we'll see what the rotation is now. I would figure maybe it would be down to the garage. I don't really see Tide Pods attempting split, but it seems like they are sort of discussing it here. It'll be the garage site that we do go to here for the last round in the first half, and one the Tide Pods really need. Only getting a single defense round on Consulate, on any map really, let's be honest here, is not going to cut it. You need at least two, otherwise you're going to have to perform a pretty big miracle on your offenses in the second half, and I just don't know if I see that happening. So let's see if Tide Pods can get another one and try to calm the nerves. Binks, what do you think really was different there compared to the Valors, who had just won 4 rounds in a row, compared to how they approached that CEO objective?
Cluttered. They went to their pressure points. I believe it was that main pressure of working up rather than down that really messed with their mentality. They were in a very nice rhythm going top down. But when you're starting on the second floor and attacking the second floor, you have to go bottom up in some cases. We saw that really big, we'll call it a bottleneck or a traffic jam on the top of yellow stairs where the team kill actually came out, which definitely caused some confusion. So that's basically 3 players or 2 players off the board in that instance. And it fell apart from there from a spring. They sprung the trap of Tide Pods. So by being able to maneuver around that, Tide Pods found a hole and they kept pushing right through it. But regardless to that, there hasn't been many holes besides that. Valors, if they continue to make holes, there's going to be a problem. But it's a matter of Tide Pods putting the right pressure in the right places to really break this line of attack from ValorsGG.
Well, the sledge player so far for Valors has been historically pretty unlucky on this garage site. He's always getting first picked. So we'll see if Badger can survive for a little while longer. Tide Pods definitely not dropping that very aggressive personality as Zigolo emphasizes it by just walking up the yellow stairs and taking a couple of pot shots out of the exit door. Looks like it's an Electro Claw on the other side of the wall, stopping Valors from being able to proceed with the hard breaching. Badger working a nade, try to bank it in, but Coffee has already made his getaway. A little bit slower here, to be honest. Valors don't have boots on the ground in the top floor yet, from what I've seen, which was never really the case in the first and second round. And to be honest with you, I don't see why now would be the time to really stop doing that. Maybe. Okay, surely this is going to be a garage breach rush with 3 players outside of here.
Oh no!
No other way that this could really go. Maybe
he has the C4.
He does. That could be huge for Zigolo. We'll see the second breach detonate. Coffee finds one from the admin window, and nah, it doesn't look like it'll be a breach rush. Just a lot of manpower stacked up here to maybe try to reduce the defender count inside the site.
Meanwhile, Aquino will fall to Badger. With a minute 10 remaining, Zigolo knows the pressure, and they're starting to get antsy, swinging left and right. Shoot to Sussy, being able to swing out onto Coffee. That was the roaming Vigil. Hyper is fighting back. So will Zigolo. 2 clean headshots, and it does look like we're hurtling towards a 4-2 half, and Lev Hoax and GG will be able to make something of it. There's a double kill from Zigolo. He has to watch the vertical angle too. All around Zigolo. Hello! And that's the 4-2 split for Tide Pods. Exactly what they needed. And they really did show that they know their mistakes. But it did come from that under-aggression from ValorsGG.
Yeah, it took a little bit of time to get going there on the first half defense, but Tide Pods eventually do manage to secure that 2-round margin. Let's go now to the second half to see if Valors are going to be able to mirror their success on the first split, or if it'll be a little bit of a slower game. And I'm kind of shocked, to be honest, that they would move away from how swift they were on that top floor clear and how confident they were, and then not really pushing that at all with a big stack up there on the main breach.
It's puzzling. I think that's the best way to put it. If you're going to stack that many bodies on Garage, you need to dedicate those bodies to the vertical push. Just to see a minute 30 in the round and just players sitting around waiting, using nades to clear out the Garage, that's not the way to do it. That's not what won it in the past. If you're doing something and it works, why are you going to change it? You could try to make it more efficient. That's a risk you should be willing to take. But when we've even talked about, and we've been able to see it, anyone watching this game can see it, how critical and effective that vertical play was. And even from the way ValorsGG was playing it, it can get more efficient. They could have gone and dedicated more nades. The Gone 6 from the vertical play is actually very potent because you're able to shoot a projectile at, for example, the shield on pipes. Regardless, the sides have swapped. We can see if the aggression of ValorsGG will continue, or will Hypers be able to make something happen along with his teammates of Tide Pods on attack.
Well, Valors are looking to make that first contest here. Already attempting a couple of spawn peeks, taking some peeks. Have Hypers jump in. Hatch is open. He's just going to sort of take this opportunity and run with it. Drops down. He's careful. Moving, checking all the angles, but I don't think Valors are aware of this. Hypers has snuck in behind the rank. Spots Decade, connects the headshot. Here's the smoke up close and personal, and he'll turn it into 2. There for the Eon as it's red alert for the Valors defense. Triple kill for Hypers. He's just inside of the objective. Blindsides Valors. The defense doesn't even know what happened all of a sudden. 3 of their members drop dead cold. Storms will down 1, but it doesn't change the fact that Tide Pods have got a man in the sight in Zigalo. We'll find out Shu to leave it just up to Storms.
Not much you can do here. We've seen him in 1v5s before. Boob is acting as a human drone in that down but not out stage. As you can see him crawling towards. He has no clue that he killed or downed this player. He only knows that the Zofia was in the area. Now swinging outside, the Thermite will be able to go for that revive. Aquino showing his potentness and powerful nature as Thermite, not even needing to use those 2 exothermic charges. And with 22 seconds to go, I think this round is safely in the hands of Tide Pods. And what a rush that was as Storms ticking down. Stick, how can they let something like that happen?
I don't know. To be honest, I'm just as shocked as you were, but I guess when there is just this nice little hatch that's opened and, you know, Hyper spots it, he's like, all right, you know, I'll take it. I'll take this opportunity. The one thing I'll say, there was no barbed wire in the security hall, so that is, you know, one problem. Maybe that would have given the Cade a bit of extra time to react if he had heard that audio cue, but that's just sort of a Hypers moment, and sorry, there's not much you can really do to fix that, just given the scenario. I don't really have much more to say about that.
It's a valid point. It's hard to look at that, go into an in-depth analysis and say, hey, I know what he did. I do the exact same thing. I see that. I'm like, I couldn't gun like that. Maybe I could go for the site rush, maybe get 1. I think that's an inability to really hold and be prepared. You're leaving a massive hole in your setup. I talked about pushing on those holes and breaking those holes that ValorsGG has set up. And that's quite clearly demonstrated in a push like that being possible. Not to mention the fact that Hypers, also known as the Madman, is waking up. And we can really see that reflected in his KD over the past few rounds. Of course, that 3K did help him out previously, but questionable. Questionable to say the least, and now it really opens up the floor to Valors having to play a lot more contained and close to sight, and Tide Pods going back to that comfortable, aggressive nature that we've loved to watch.
That's got to be a bit of a frustrator. Oh, what a shot by Zigalo. He just goes for the quick peek there, and he'll find out Hawks playing from the admin window. That was a dirty kill there. That's going in the highlight reel there for Zigalo. And, you know, it serves Valors right. Maybe don't try to play the Tide Pods game of constantly peeking the windows. Now you've lost your Malusi, and you've lost the opening kill, and you can't trade it. There is simply no way that you can try to refrag that out. Tide Pods, are they going to try to go for a Visa take? It seems like that was the plan. Badger gets hypers, though, because he just sort of walks by and a millimeter off target there for Badger. Otherwise, that would have been a 2K for him just peeking out of the Visa window.
He does get away with his life, full health, and a lot of information about where the push is coming from. This could force a rotate from Tide Pods, which is highly unfortunate if you're a Tide Pods fan, but on the side of ValorsGG, it gives them so much information. Nomad air jabs now being detonated. You have a clear read on the situation. You can play it however you see fit, and it will work out because you're in the driver's seat. As the defenders, it's always a question, where the attacker's coming from, how many, how are they going to go, is it a pinch push? And now, the pings, everything you could possibly need is in the hands of Badger. Malusi, there's the double kill. Clean headshot, looking for a third. Can he find the Nomad? Ziglo swinging right around, he's assisted, but there's another Aruni, or sorry, not even an Aruni. I'm losing my mind, but they can't pull out these players, and this right here, Gingy. His ability to push up and now play this angle, not going for the immediate refrag, but making this position known. He has the relevant information. Although it's been 3 seconds, he knows exactly where these players are coming from. Default cam is still up. He can spring the trap. Goodbye, Ziglo. Clean headshot, all left up to Coffee, who was stuck on the flank watch with 50 seconds to go. He has a lot of work ahead of him.
Tide Pods slowed to a grinding halt, and it leaves the sledge against 3. Still needs to recover the diffuser. He just doesn't even have any intelligence. He'll shoot an alibi clone, which definitely does not make this easier. Gingy sitting for an off angle as he watches up through the hatch, and now Storms will start to work up Spiral. Case is recovered by Coffee. Only 20 seconds to go for the sledge. He'll drop the hatch, and he just gets into a two-way crossfire there. Looked like the Jaeger was a little bit slow from the start, and Hypers will make a note of that.
You gotta love the banter. ValorsGG, thank you for showing me how it's done. Showing everyone how it's done. That play from Badger on the alibi, I do believe it was Badger. He was playing him. He demonstrated so clearly. It was, if I had to demonstrate a school project to the class, that would be it. I basically take that one, like, we're going to put this one on display. Because you had the refrag capability, you had the information you gathered. That was, although it was really communicated and the other players on the team played off of it, the initial information gathered by the alibi shaped up that round. The assistance from the Jaeger later on, it's little things, those adaptations that you have to play accommodating the attackers. They are your guests after all. It's wonderful, and wonderful to see those adaptations come into play.
All right. Well, we had our brief intermission. It was success for Valors after skirmishing it out on the lobby side, and now we're back down to the basement where let's keep an eye out to see if Hypers is going to make another hatch drop play. Valors don't have any barbed wire, so, you know, hey, maybe he will. They're going to reinforce the hatches, at least a few of them. But the E-box hatch, it's not really called the E-box hatch, but that's what it is. It's in the generator room. In the Visa hall.
No one needs to call out those things anymore. It's not the old secure area ranked meta, if anyone is even around for that. That's when you had to actually play. You're playing secure area on server. Those were some of the most tense moments when you just had to sit there in overtime for a round. Man, I was there for 10 minutes a time before that. Those were scary. Your heart was pumping. Oh my goodness, probably gonna have heart palpitations. But regardless, we don't have to worry too much about that. And that's your Hypers, which still loves to use that side of the map. Interesting enough, he switched to the sledge, which seems a lot more, I don't want to say dialed or toned back for him, but it doesn't fit that aggressive mentality that we love to see out of him with the fast fire rate weapons.
Well, you know what they say with the Ash and the Zofia nerf, you know, Sledge is the new fragger on the block because those guns and their recoil are pretty rough. Doesn't seem to matter much for Boobeth as he's armed himself with the LMG, and he'll take down Badger. A trade comes in from Storms. Look like Zigolo got ahead of himself. The Nomad working solo. They don't drone out Visa. And I'm a bit surprised, to be honest with you. It's really not a risk you can afford to take here, especially as having Zigolo be the person who dies there. I don't think he really had enough time to fully deploy all of his utility. Storms go down, a frag is sent in for good measure, but Shu comes through on the flank, and he'll spot out the sledge. Cypress was in transition, trying to put away one firearm and pull out the other. Well, there we go. Valor's just being flexible on the map is going to put them back at an equal point, 3-3.
It's all about those refrags. And we saw it so clearly there. Shu2Sus being able to escape with his life. Still on the second floor, I might add. A minute 10 now remaining. And look at how clean that floor looks. It's probably cleaner than my room, to say the least. Because they don't have any control. They can't get that control with the operators they have left. They have 6 breaching shards total. But if Shu can hold on for just a second longer, it could mean the difference. But there's a Kino on that Thermite. He will be able to take care of it. But here, this is the real crucial part. Hoax has this Shumika launcher for denial. We have no more C4s remaining. It's 3v2, but how are they going to get to site? They're going for the Kate Electro Claw, and it's going to be a full-on rush through this garage angle, and it's going to come down to Hoax and Gingy's ability to anchor down the site. We talk about the 3 armors, how they're able to do their job. That's it. There's no time. There's no time. That's it.
It's into red time. They just have to go. Boobith will try to make the adjustment. He shoots the Electro Claw, still taming those nerves. There's only 5 seconds. Tide Pods just have to rush in, but they manage to work the frags. Gingy is all alone. They don't even know. And they'll find 3. What was that?
Rush the site, I guess. That can work. Or flick onto 3 heads. Or maybe just hide. Gingy can't choose any, so he makes all 3 basically happen at the same time. Wow. For a round that seems so cut and dry, to come alive in the last seconds is something, as I'm sure you can tell, I was not expecting. And that one's going in the digest. For me and hopefully the teams. It's confusing. I love it. But now, match point for ValorsGG here on Consulate. It's questionable if a return is possible. And the refrags, those cross angles being played by Valors, you can see their map knowledge demonstrated cut and dry. I'm excited to see how they can adapt to hold this top floor. It looks like they should, if they play it properly, and doing a lot of damage to your teammate won't be on that list, but very doable.
Oh, poor Hawks. He just got sidelined by his teammate. No Doc, no Thunderbird insight to give him those heals. That's rough, but it doesn't matter much because Valors are on match point. So if he dies and they lose this round, they'll just go again. They'll just do it the next time, and if they have it happen again, then they'll just do it another time because Valors have got 3 uninterrupted match points that they can work through here. See if maybe they will pull out the victory in regulation and take the series lead, of course, here in this best of 5. They have honestly looked much better.
Oh no.
What about him?
You didn't see, you missed it too. There's Storms. There's the drone. Hypers could completely miss this unless Zigalo does his due diligence, but not looking too good. I do believe the drone hopped past. It will eventually spot him out, but that was quite... No, it did not! How do you let that happen, Hypers? Your Ayana, send your Gemini in first, please. Please do us that favor as the push from Tide Pods is over before it starts, and you can see the surprise from the Mozzie Storms. He thought that was a Gemini. I guarantee it. You probably heard it. I don't even know if that was the real person jumping, and he could have missed the audio cue. But wow, 10 and 5 for Storms. Aquino going to be able to refrag onto Gingy. Good pick to have the Wamai off the board nice and early. But the damage has already been done. They're now stuck playing catch-up, especially on a map where that catch-up game is so very, I want to say, futile.
This is going to be a hard one to work with. Tide Pods, they just have to kind of make a play and see if it works at this point. Because the time is so low. If it's going to be admin, commit to admin. If not, you have to make the rotate now. Badger takes a boatload of damage. He's forced back. This castle barricade on the coffin door has still not been removed. We'll see the hop through from Coffee, but it's right into the sightline of Hawks, who works that gunfight without even suffering a bit of damage. Up to just Aquinio and Boobeth. 2 versus 4. They've got 60 seconds to try to figure it out. Otherwise, we'll be heading to map 2. Finally, the castle barricade has been hurt, but it's too little too late. Boobeth DBNO'd by a Nitro sent up for Storms as he tries to collect his 11th. Won't be able to do it in due time. Another Nitro is pulled out there, as you can hear the Velcro. And that'll be enough to confirm the kill on a Boobeth, leaving Aquinio in the clutch. The 1 versus 3. Badger is still waiting inside of back room. He gets found out there, but that'll be it there on the first map, as Valors will take it and make sure that we end this game in regulation before it gets all the way down to OT.
Very dominant performance. We saw a few hiccups, and you saw when the holes were there, Tide Pods is able to push right through them. But oftentimes, they're able to patch them up. Like a spider in a web, they kept on making it more and more intricate with the more time that they had to play with. Very well done by Valors. I'm quite happy with that performance. It was quite suitable, especially for a game of Consulate. But now, Stick, we have what could be 4 other maps to play, and that's a long time away. A lot of room and time for improvement from both sides.
Yeah, one thing I'd like to see here, maybe Tide Pods could try to just calm down a little bit with these hero plays. It was not working the best here on Consulate, so I don't know if I necessarily see that working on the next map as we go to Villa. Maybe Hypers will just be in his element. Maybe he needs to step back and go into the T-hunts, but we'll have answers to all that questions and more as we go to a short intermission and get everything ready for the second map. You're watching CCL here in the Season 1 Grand Finals. Don't close this tab, because we'll be right back. Hello, everyone. We're back here for map number 2. It's Villa. We just got done with the first map here in the CCL Grand Finals for Season 1, and Binks, it was a fairly swift one at that. A 7-3 for Valors as they storm past Tide Pods and make sure that they get out to a running start here in this Grand Final.
It's exactly what you want to see. It's their map pick. What else do you expect? They played it to a T with how we expected them to. The cross angles were there. Their ability to play together for those refrags, the current and relevant information. It didn't seem like comms were cluttered, like they were playing off some information that they had to really try to snag away. It's exactly what you want to see in the grand finals from a team. And on the side of Tide Pods, they're just stuck playing catch. I mean, to be honest, ValorsGG is making it very hard to do so.
Yeah, they were really playing in a way that was almost kind of a mirror image of what I was expecting from Tide Pods. Very, coordinated team play aggression, but Tide Pods were just making a lot of solo plays in the first map, and to be honest with you, that's not really what I'm looking for here in this series. I want to see, players working together. It's great to have somebody like Hypers, who's got all that experience up at the CL, the PL level, but you have to be able to work with your teammates because you can't win every gunfight.
That's very, very true. No, in talking with Hypers, he's doing his part. We have to acknowledge that part. He's 8-6. He's done his part. He's doing his frag, his job on the team. And we can't always talk with Hypers how it all falls onto Hyper. It all falls onto Hyper. The Rainbow Six, at the end of the day, is a team game. And on the side of Tide Pods, I want to see some other players step up. I want to see that they're all equally able to frag or in those good fragging positions or getting each other into those fragging positions. Because I always love to talk about Hyper's clutch, but a lot of times you can see that it was supported by one factor or another set up by his own teammate. So really enabling him to frag would be great to see.
I'd like to see Boobith maybe have a bit of a stronger map number 2. It felt like he had, some kind of one or two maybe glimmers of success on the first map. Mainly thinking about that CEO defense, the way he played was really spot on there. But on the other side, in terms of pure numbers so far, I think Valors have kind of got it locked down with the way that they want to play. Specifically thinking about, you'll remember that vertical extension up above on the top floor where it's consulate, you've got players inside connector, players inside island, and namely, it's Badger, who is already winning his gunfights, and he's having a strong play on the top floor. But the Jaeger comes up and he gives them this extra support, and if Hypers was able to play together like that with someone like maybe Boobith, maybe we could see someone having a little bit better luck there and not just have this trade 1-for-1, because I don't really recall there ever being a time where Valors would really get the opening pick because Hypers is fighting for it and then build that up to a man advantage. It was almost always traded out, and that was one of the more kind of hidden aspects that really helped out Valors in that match.
Now jumping over to Villa, or actually, I gotta say it, Stick, especially before we hop over to Villa, this is Canadian Contenders League, and you have an American, and this is really, now I've become very accustomed to your American flag, like the flag behind you, but Boxy brought it back to my attention on Twitter. This guy is casting with the American flag for the Canadian Contenders League. That's probably, if not the most American thing I can think of.
I don't know how they let me in here. I did another game once where it was for another Canadian competition where they jokingly said that I should get a Canadian flag and hang it up there. Yeah, we'll see about that one.
Will it ever happen?
I don't know.
Are we going to see the Amazon Express not happening? Oh, well. Regardless, Villa. Man, oh man, we talk about American Canadian, but we don't talk about that Italian countryside. Villa is personally one of my favorite maps because of how much it enables so many different playing styles. It's like a living version of rock, paper, scissors, where rock will beat rock will beat scissors, scissors will beat paper, and paper will beat rock. And it's just a matter of which type of setup you go for. And of course, there's little bits of hidden maneuvers where you can go for rock and then switch to scissors at the last second, which can cause to shift up the meta. Hopefully, that wasn't an overcomplication of a simple analogy, but I
think we got the gist of it here as far as Villa is is considered. But for op bans, do you think there's room for anything crazy? Maybe a target ban onto Mozzie against Hypers. We had that in the semifinal. Do you think maybe that could be a chance here, or any other comments there?
I just want Thatcher to make it through. That's all I want to see. I want to see if these teams will actually play him. Can you tell me the last time you casted a game with Thatcher in play?
Oh.
Thank you for answering my question. There you answer my question. That's all I really need to know. The fact you had to think about it there tells me everything. Now we can see a team try to let Thatcher get through it. Whenever you leave the Thatcher ban, it enables you to pressure the other person. If you go for some 0 ban on the first one, you basically are shoveling that Thatcher over to the next person. You're like, well, what's going on? Like, how am I going to deal with this? Do I ban Thatcher? Do I just ban another hard breach? Do I let him get through? And it gives a lot of freedom, and just because of how much he takes up.
Yeah, Thatcher is not an operator that is always banned on Villa. I feel like I have, in the distant depths of my memory, seen Thatcher be left up sometimes, but he doesn't always get played because you need a lot of soft destruction. So sometimes there's just, frankly, not enough room for the Thatcher to be in your composition, especially if you're trying to play very heavy on some of that vertical play. If you're always trying to bring, a Sledge and a Buck, or Iana and a Buck, and there's just not enough room left over to have someone like the Thatcher. On some of the more top floor sites, hard breaching is pretty much paramount. You have to be able to open up a wall on Aviator. Otherwise, it's probably going to be kind of an arm wrestling competition to get through a doorway. On Statue, more than ever, that is true. If you don't hard breach the triple wall on Statue, you're probably going to lose. So you better just do it. But because there's so many soft floors, it's almost never a question of, can I clear this out? It's, will I, or am I going to attempt to? Because, below all the Aviator walls, soft floors, you can just go below. You can just bring a Buck, bring a grenade. There's really not any problem there. So that's kind of why you don't really need Thatcher, because there's another way to do it every time.
Very good point. And with how much repetition we see, it's good to be able to slow down and really get back to those fundamentals. A lot of times when we think about playing Rainbow Six, we actually want to work in reverse. We don't want to go and say, well, I want to push in here, I'll do this. It's more of, if I want to do this, then I have to do this. If I want to do this, then I have to do this. And you keep working behind all the way until you get, drone phase, op selection. All right, let's go in. Let's get it done, guys. Nicely done. An operator that I do want to possibly see entertained a little bit more, and I do believe this is one that we could see banned out, is the Flores. Mainly because of how impactful the RC Retero drone is. And it has to be because of that destruction. If we look, Aruni Shurya gates, unless there's a mute jammer, you can jump, anchor, jump through it, and this is especially on that planes side of sight, right by the display case. If you have barbed wire or any sort of gadget on the other side of the door, jump in, and let's assume there's an arena gate, anchor, you go through, land in some barbed wire, there's an ADS next to you, kaboomy. You just took care of all of that with one single drone, including taking out a Gemini, not a Gemini, a Shurya gate.
So, I'm just thinking, in terms of the previous map, it felt like Tide Pods really had a struggle to get going on the first half. Coming into Villa, how would you try to remedy that? Because you're not playing with any strats, so it's hard to, play in a way that is going to be, have a really rock solid foundation. What would your suggestion be here?
Attack or defense?
I don't know what the starting side is, so let's just do both.
All right, if I'm thinking on attack, and I'm going to make this as general as possible, because you know what? We don't always have to focus on the match. We can sit here. You guys can have a nice little siege lesson with me and Stick. We've been around the block. We've been here for a while. I may not be the best at the game playing it, but I guarantee you I do know it. I got to say, before I get to that, and before I get to the sides, I'm going to send it to a break. That's right. I'm making you guys wait. You guys can just sit there in awe waiting for the answer. That's right. You can't leave. Like, there's no option to leave right now. So you got to hear my answer. See you guys soon.
Fill me out with your smile. Like the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and Bring that beat back. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and Bring that beat.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only
Hello everyone and welcome back. We apologize for the extended delay, but unfortunately one of the members of Valors has actually gotten a little bit sick, so they're going to be replaced here by Hennessy from the University of Akron, who will act as a substitute, and we have had a very kind decision by their opponent to allow them to play with a substitute rather than to drag Boobith out of the bathroom, where I'm sure he's not having a very fun time. But we will actually proceed into the next map, so we will finally get back on track for Rainbow Six, and we will not have to wait any longer.
So I'm quite interested to see how this new player will shape things up, because we have seen in the past that when you throw a new player into the mix, it changes everything. You could have an entire meta shift for Tide Pod. They could go even more aggressive that we've seen in the past. I have to wonder how they will actually be able to switch things around, and if it will be profitable for them, because it was an unfortunate situation to have Boobith have to leave, but Hennessy, we know he's a gunner too, so it really adds to that mentality.
Sure does. But this map in particular has got some history behind it. This is, to my knowledge, where Hypers set the all-time Canada Contenders League kill record. And he is a real monster on this map, so I can't just wait to see what he'll be able to do. As you can see there, his team Tide Pods begin on the offense. Got the Thatcher and the Nomad ban, so that scenario that we were talking about, I almost forgot about it before the break. With that Thatcher ban, will come through and we will not have him left up. It's Valkyrie there. And for the last one, Binks, any predictions?
Mira? I'm assuming the Mira. I don't want it to be the Mira. I hate when my predictions are right. One of my favorite things is, as a caster, I get to be wrong. But we'll see.
It's the Mira.
It hurts. It hurts on the inside. I like being wrong, especially when it comes to bans, because whenever there's a different ban than I was expecting, I'm like, oh, that changes the entire outcome that I've planned for this match. Now, although people say, like, oh, you can't plan a match out that far, I still try to plan a match out that far, and I'll be wrong almost all the time. And hopefully, eventually, I'll be able to properly line things up.
All right. We'll go ahead and jump into the first round here. Once again, as you can see, Tide Pods have had a switch up. Boobith is out and Hennessy is in, so who knows what dynamic that will add to the game. Hennessy is a player that I've had a lot of experience casting in. For those of you who are more centered around kind of the amateur scene in North America and aren't as familiar with the collegiate scene, Hennessy plays for the University of Akron, who are bar none the best college team to ever touch the scene. They've won numerous championship titles. I know they've won more titles than any T3 team. They've won the Face It Collegiate Championship, which is like the big collegiate tournament, the most official, college competition for scholastic teams. They've won a lot of seasons of CR6, which is a community college league. They have really won pretty much everything that you can. And Hennessy is a really well-rounded player, personally. I've had a lot of fun experiences watching him. He's not, this crazy fragger that's going to, swing you like crazy and make any, sort of Hypers level plays, like when we were watching that garage round play out where Hypers just walks down the security hall and just kind of explodes into the site. But he's well-rounded, man, and it'll add a strong support element here for Tide Pods.
I think that's very much needed, especially with that strong foundation. You see, he actually isn't. Coffee is going to be sticking on that thermite. He is on the role of the sledge, which is a very big flex role. He can go for those entry frags. He can go for those nades. At the end of the day, he can do whatever is needed. And that's what we're really looking for him to do. He is not really has a confirmed spot. Like we said, he is a sub playing with these guys. This isn't to say that they don't have experience playing together, but it's just not exactly what you would expect. Slower push, though. Spotting at the pre-placed Nitro. Standard stuff. That's how you want to be Journey. You want to go in. On the side of Storms, unfortunate to lose your Nitro in that regard. But he has more than enough time. He's playing with it. He's playing with them. E1D will now take out Spray. Curious. Quite curious that we haven't seen many players on the side of Tide Pods push in, considering we were both expecting them to play aggressively, to really go shoot, shoot, bang, bang, but they haven't even been able to push Storms out, as well as Hoax on the side. Sorry, Aviator side of this map is a quick swing. There goes your hard breach. What is going on with this attack?
Yeah, this is really looking odd. Oh, there's a swing. It'll be a double kill from Storms as Hawks collects his second as well and make it a third. ValorsGG with a flawless round. What a way to start off the Italian map of Villa.
Wow. I didn't see that one come. We saw a very smart hold from Valors. And you could see the attempt from Tide Pods to really push up and have that cross angle. But when you're getting jiggle peek with someone such as Hoax, who has such phenomenal aim, and as well as Storms, who we've seen go absolutely ham already in this series, that's a scary thing to go up. And you can't have a cross angle. That when you have a cross angle, or quote unquote, or Hoax, sorry if I'm pronouncing his name wrong, when you have a cross angle held from the exact same spot, maybe a few centimeters out, I'm sorry, that's not a cross angle. That becomes a staggered push, and it's very easy to make those micro adjustments when aiming, giving you free kills.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to adjust your positioning on the fly when you're not worried about fighting an opponent that's still 5 strong on the board. We'll go back to this. Wait.
No, it was the other side. It was the other side. Exactly, they did not make it anywhere near the actual objective.
No way, you're kidding me, right?
No, it was shut down.
I even got it in my notes as AVG. That's confusing. Oh my god.
There's 2 players shut down the entire push.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't even know what to say. I've been fooled. Wow. Okay, I was gonna be like, Valors, how did they go back? Surely the custom game is set up wrong. Nope, they are just that good. They are just that team. Okay, well, now we're going to Aviator for realsies, not the fake out, and we'll see if Tide Pods have got any better luck. Maybe they didn't know where the bomb site was.
Questionable to say the least. Regardless, things can only go up from here. We saw a lot of good things from Tide Pods, that droning ability, but not that relevant information, as we now see ping, 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 ping. But what does that ping do if you're not able to capitalize? As the first opening kill will be on the way of Storms, and ValorsGG Hyper is now relegated to the bench. He's gonna have to wait this one out, spectating. Not what you want to see. A nice shot through the floor from Hennessy. That angle was clearly intended to be used against him, but there's Storms. He is not choosing to give up or go out quietly, as this push is just a bit wacky. Kills from all around. Smoke of Badger to fall. How can a smoke die so early in a round? You have to play more conservative on the side of Badger. It's really going to hinder your team. Luckily, you have the Echo Shochu Sussy to be able to fall back on. But curious, to say the least, so far for this game.
Tide Pods are really having a lot of difficulty, even just sort of entering the map. Hawks did not get cleared. He's still hiding, but you gotta be careful here. You don't want to make too much sound. Picks off one. Can he go for the second? No, the potato. What? How does he lose that? It doesn't matter. Storms will get the trade. Just one left. Now it's Zigalo. He's disoriented by the yokai. Still continues to push. Hawks will drop the F-bomb in chat as he emphasizes his aim was a little bit lacking. And now it's just left up to Zigalo. Still got some utility. 2 nades as he adjusts to the rotation hole. Working his way through. It's a suppressed Echo in the back of the site. A nade will be launched. You can see the red indicator shoe, and gotta be careful there when he's on his drone. Could suffer more damage perhaps than he bargains for. Still, Zigalo's trying to see if he can work this angle. Nearly pre-fires. Almost managing to take off the head of Shu, but the gun sights just betraying him there a little bit as he adjusts the position. Tosses out another nade, and Shu is almost dead. He's on one sliver of HP. Finally hops off a bit, pops up right into the sight line of Zigolo, who will pick him off. Moving this into a 1 versus 1.
Storms looking for the 4-piece for the round. Zigolo trying to fight. Tide Pods back into it. Hello, Zigolo. Very nice shot. 1v2 clutch there. And you have to wonder, you had the information from the Echo drones. It's just about being able to maneuver around. I personally believe Valor's opened up that site just a little bit too much. Weren't able to play around their angles as much as they wanted, especially when they were going for that aggressive offsite push on the side of Storms. Unfortunate he wasn't able to bring it all the way out, but life is life. Live and learn. Tide Pods really showing that they can show up and that this game is not out of reach.
I mean, what was that from Inside Study? Man, that was atrocious. That was really the worst time to get caught on camera. Granted, I mean, he does get the pick, but if he had
It's hard. No. It is so much harder to shoot people when they're not looking at you.
Is that how it works?
Yes. It fully is. It's that panic of like, go. No, it doesn't work. I'm telling you right now, it will not. This is me speaking from potato experience. That you will, I have honestly, I get caught in front of someone, I hit the cleanest one tap. I'm behind them, I'm like, oh, like I'm so tense, stop my hands, like, no, it's yucky. It's so very yucky. It's like you have to try to fine tune it because you have the time, but in reality you don't have the time to treat it like a normal kill and just spray and.
Well,
man,
in that
and
case,
you're
I would
invoking
hope
some
that
bad memories now.
I would hope that the nerves would not be getting to you in map 2. Surely that would be like a map 1 thing where it's wore off and now you're good to go. I guess maybe with the extended break, it took so long to get back in the lobby. Maybe they've sort of fallen back asleep.
That could be it. And it could also be that there's a new player that they're with. Could be affecting things. But here it is, Hypers. I like this switch. The RC Retero drone is going to be in play. Flores has so much burning capabilities, 2 regular drones, 4 RCEs, as well as those 3 flash bangs. He is a utility dump to be aware of. But now, they have to direct their attention towards sight, but Shutu Sussy is down below, and I don't believe he was droned out. That leaves him in a very dangerous position with the push from Aquino. The, Ayana of Zigolo. It's all going to be crutch on their ability to get this refract, to be able to push on the right hole at the right second. Angles being held, holes being open, swinging left and right. It's all going to come down to this opening pick. Swinging around, Gingy looking for it, but no, it's going to be Zigolo downstairs finding Hoax. There goes Yororuni, and with a minute 38 remaining, the players of Tide Pods are now starting to get quite comfortable. Shoot to Sussy and Storms are making their presence quite known inside of libraries. They're trying to rotate out. We know that Storms can go for these rotates if he needs to, and that's exactly what he's trying to do, but he isn't able to hold out long enough to save his fellow comrade of Shoot to Sussy.
It'll be cooked in Storms. He'll hear the audio cue, starts to fall back. Kenio is still down on the first floor. Needs someone to support him. Get him back up into the fight. The revive will come through. Minute and 5. Tide Pods have got plenty of time to work with. Not to mention the reserves of utility there as well. Still have a frag grenade. Could perhaps put it on Gingy's position to try to force him out from the bar. Tide Pods need to make sure they don't get too comfortable, though. We'll have a Flores drone sent in, and Storms finds Aquino, thus bringing the odds just one step closer as the Wamai is still trying to make sure that he constantly applies his pressure. He'll go for an advanced position, swings out of the game store, but it's the Iana Gemini that rounds the corner, and as he tries to slingshot back and adjust his position, he gets found out by Hypers. One will hop in the breach. Storms, even despite the fact that he is having a bit of lag, still manages to work the pick back. 3 versus 2 as Coffee is trying to tempt the exit strategy, pushes forward, finds one. It's up to Storms. Can he win the clutch? Open plant spot. Bad move for Coffee as he's gunned down. Leaves it just up to the Malusia. 1 versus 1. Hennessy has the case. He'll elect to plant. Storms does not have a nitro. He can't get through the breach. He has to move, and he res Toffee, who's back up in the fight. It'll shut down the clutch for Tide Pods.
That's 2 rounds in a row. That is so highly unfortunate for ValorsGG. They're just trying to claw at it, but it's just not there. Man, that's 3. We're gonna have to get a stat check as soon as we load into the map for Storms, because he has been I would say unstoppable, but 8-2.
8-2.
With 2 round losses. Shoot too sussy, GG, Badger. We know you guys got it. Just show us. Not that hard. There's not too much pressure. Especially when we know you're capable. It's not like you're proving anything. They're not proving anything. Oh, you know he's comfortable now. We both know he's comfortable.
Now I'm wondering, has he brought the R4C for Hypers? I'm really keen to see if that's the selection he's made or if it's something else. Because I don't know. I feel like Hypers, he could work that gun. It's still the same rate of fire. It's still the same damage. The only thing that changes is the recoil. And Hypers has got the mechanics to work that. So we'll see. Maybe he's also selected the G36. I don't know. We'll figure it out eventually when the prep phase concludes and Hypers gets into the lobby. Valors are having a bit of difficulty. It really feels like a lot of these rounds are coming awfully close. But these last 2 pinks, I would say, are much different than that first round defense that we saw. Much different.
It could be in the way that they're able to get that control. You don't see these early picks being unanswered. You really see that they are trying to push in more of a trio in some areas and where applicable too. And there it is. Ziglo now droning in his comrade of Hypers, as we could see a possible rush that would be denied by the mute jammer, but it will be able to snag a little bit of info as Hypers. We've seen it before. He is getting and turning his reticle towards the site. He won't be able to catch one of the players. He will now be able to hide himself as Hypers is now inside a kitchen. Doing a rate of round the push that we didn't even see. The Zofia in with her LMGE. Aquino, hello there. Hypers now inside of China. But look at this. The roles have now completely swapped. And spoiler, it's not even downstairs. I'm losing it, Sticky. We can't. In my notes. What's wrong with us? I had it written as downstairs.
I don't know. Maybe it's a ghost. Oh, okay. All right, Shu. Just pops up and he fires away at Coffee. That's one way to try to turn the tide of this round. And don't you think it's a little bit odd that you bring a thermite on a Villa attack?
No.
Like usually it would be Hibana over thermite, right?
You could put that in the grounds of the smoke grenades that he now has available as secondary utility. Mainly because of how much that enables you. His exothermic charge, when cooked correctly and placed correctly, can open a bigger hole than any of the other hard breach. But it don't matter if you're not able to get into the building, as Hennessy will now try to fight back. He is joined by Aquino, who made that initial push downstairs. It seems like a bit of a stall out, but if 2 players can make it happen, we've seen Hennessy already come up big in this game. Now Aquino, he got the opening kill. He's warming up. I want to see it happen. They've been in this clutch situation before, and we know that they're capable. But what is this info? What is that nitro?
Comes really close to Aquino's position. So close to the other player there, the Cade inside of Statue. Just seeing if they can work the trade angle. Aquino will try to use a lifeline there, but it's caught by the ADS. No intel on the back of Astro. Aquino's head pops up for a second. And that'll be all the time he needs to react against Gingy. Storms goes for the wide swing. Spots a Sophia, now dodges back to play from cover. Just manages to escape it before Hennessy realizes and acknowledges that. And there we go for Storms as he swings. And finally, Valors will end their end-of-round troubles as they collect their second round on... Not on Cafe, on Villa. Cafe's bad.
So, 2-2, 4 rounds played. Hypers, hello there. You have double digits. Oh no, sorry, not hypers. I mean storms. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Wow,
Okay.
what a
Wow.
bird.
There we go. Look at that. 10 and 2. That should not be happening. That I can't even call it. He's playing off. They're playing off his back right now. He's been finding the holes and been playing to them. It's a matter of being able to properly play them together. Is Hypers playing a different op every round? I feel like he is. Let's see. Jackal.
Jackal.
We had the Ayana. I think did he know? I don't know if he played it one round. Well, Jackal. Flores. Ash. 0. No, we need one more round. We need one more. I don't know. He might have played the
Going to
Ayana.
Twitch stream. Going back.
You're going back?
Figure it out.
You're going to figure it out?
I'm reversing the VCR tape. We're about to figure it out.
10 seconds left.
Ooh, put in reverse. We'll figure this one out. Because if Hyper's playing a different off every round, I'm curious to see who's going to... Could he have played the Lion? Or was it... No, that's someone else.
Attackers objective is to
That was Zigalo. Zigalo played the Lion. Hypers has played Iana and Jackal, Iana, Flores, and now 0. Those are the 4.
4?
Yeah, he
Ash.
played Iana twice.
No, Ash.
Where's the Ash come in?
So I know he played the Jackal. I
There we
know
go.
he
I think,
played
I
the
think we
Flores.
have it.
Yeah. Jackal, Iana, Ash, 0, Flores. 5 ops, 5 different rounds. And now we've caught right back up to where we are with the first gunfight. Goodbye, Kino. What a smooth headshot, and there's a second for Badger. How do you get away with those? These power plays on the side of ValorsGG just leave me absolutely astonished. When Badger shows up, he shows up quite well, I might add.
Yeah, honestly, Badger is something of a menace with that MX4 Storm. Tennessee maybe tries to hunt him. Or actually, it'll be Storms that he was pursuing as Badger provide from inside a mud room. But the Sledge player will decide to give it up as he's really not equipped to go for a full roam clear right now. They don't have that same Jackal that they were bringing in earlier compositions. And they're already down by 2 men, so trying to go clear out the roam could potentially whittle that down even further. Maybe the play for them right now is to just focus on
bomb located by
the
attackers.
standard take, but I don't really have a lot of faith that they're going to be able to pull that one off when you've got Nitro still left for Hawks. And given that Hypers and Aquino are dead, you haven't had to expend any smoke babes from Gingy so far. But it'll be a little bit less difficult now as Hennessy finds Storms, and so that magnificent KD is a little bit more tarnished now.
Quite unexpected, if I'm being honest. But in reality, what should be happening? But now I feel like this might be Badger's round. He's holding the long angle all the way from study. And if we see how his reflexes have been so very keen this game, and we could see exactly that come into play. Nade will be cooked, not long enough for Zigalo to find any health points onto Badger. But it seems like quite a stall out. With 37 seconds to go, Tide Pods are trying to find the position that they want, but it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like their mentality, like they're in the right position to go where they want.
Wow. What a nade there from Hennessy. He has just been one of the marquee performers right now. Tide Pods not dropping a single man, but Gingy's playing close with the shotgun, but it's actually a rotate. Tide Pods make the adjustment as they try to come in from the game side. Coffee attempting to plant, but it seems like he's been repelled by Gingy. As Badger still tries to creep back. He's cut out by the Sledge. Gingy's coming in close. 5 seconds. Oh! Nearly half a second left. Valors clutch it barely. The tiniest margin on the plant.
It's rounds like that. You put it in the digest, you wonder, what could I have done differently? What could I even do to salvage that round for my team? How could I... And it's one of those things like, I turned, I shot, I couldn't. Such a highlight play. Huge plays from Badger at the start of the round. Valors will now maintain their lead. they're hurtling towards a 3-3 split based on the dining room hold. You have the Buck play knock actually. Hyper, he's doing it. A different op every single round. That's 6 different ops now.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Well, I guess he's just playing operator roulette. Perhaps Hyper's behind the scenes has got some kind of random selection tool. Although you don't even really need that anymore, do you? Because I think you can just press the random button now. It's been a while since I've been in a custom match, but I think you do have that accessible to you, so maybe that's what he's going for. I have seen a little bit of Nook on Villa, because there's so many staircases. Sometimes you'll just have a Nook player just sort of creep up and just kind of go into the site, which is pretty much Hyper's MO. A lot of times he just doesn't really bother with the other traditional steps of the attack, and he just kind of skips them. So maybe that's what he plans to do here, and we'll try to make that happen on the tertiary site. Of course, we can see Hyper's come in from the pantry area. We'll see if that happens, or if maybe he's going to approach this from a different area.
I'm always curious, and it's always an interesting bet to see what iterations teams play. The operator comp, and I hate to be focusing so much on Hypers, but we now see him. He snuck into site multiple times. If you're wondering, wait, how is Nock actually tripping that off? I thought she was changed to go around these gadgets. No, I hate to break it to you, but that change never came into fruition. And as it stands, Hypers on the Nock still will be detected by any sort of Malusi. And if you heard that little tick, it's actually what tipped Badger off to know that there is someone down there. So an interesting change that the Malusi will actually activate sound-wise before the noise, but he's gone right into sight. Swinging around, he's looking for a second. He will find it. His teammates now joining him. I got the rush wrong before, but I guarantee I got it right. A team kill from Zigalo. Aquino and Hennessy will be able to find it. All lift up the Storms yet again. He'll have to find 4. Swinging around, he will not be able to find it. Aquino, as I was finally able to call the dining and kitchen rush properly.
Oof. Sucks for Hypers. He's not having a great game stat-wise, and gets shot in the back by his teammate. Lee Sigalo, apologize. Oh my god. Well, this game is a classic. But the first half is over, and the game is tied. And what a way to close it out there for Tide Pods. So they just sort of rushed their way through onto the dining site. Here we go into the second half. Valor still have that map lead behind them. 3-3 on the defense. It's not the best for Villa, which statistically is a map that does kind of lead a little bit more straight off towards the defense lately. But there is some room, I feel, for Valors. Honestly, Valors had a lot of rounds where they were very close to winning, but it was just like they were not able to get all the way over and to finish it. So maybe on their offense, they'll have a little bit of extra staying power, and they'll be able to kind of push it over the line. At least that's sort of what I'm looking for.
Now, Stick, I need you to correct me if I'm wrong.
10 seconds to insertion.
On the side of ValorsGG, this is something that I'm starting to notice a little bit more. They have relied so very heavily on the defensive side of being able to find those early picks. Most of those rounds, besides the clutch that we saw from Storms, came from when we saw huge opening picks that didn't have an answer. First from Stores, funny enough, and then the other time from Badger. Now that they have a little bit more control of where they're going to go and where they're going to assert themselves on the attacking side, how could they even change it up to enable to ensure themselves that they don't make those holes in their lineups? They're able to properly push onto this map.
To be honest, I think you just have to be very thorough with your droning. You want to constantly be checking all the angles. I don't know where Hypers launched that Nitro in from, but, oh, it looks like, I think it might have been a pre-placed. And maybe that was what happened. Maybe Gingy tried to approach the doorway from the study balcony, but just caught a foul of that Nitro. Either way, that gets removed. Badger loses his life as well, but Aquino is gone. Tide Pods still maintain the advantage. Close to an engagement here. Look at how close Siglo is to Storms, but he'll fall back. Storms, clearly, he had to have heard that audio cue, but he doesn't take the fight. There's one behind the fireplace.
Oh, there
Hypers
always
just-
is. That's
There's
it's
always a
a
player
pre-fire.
back here.
No, come on,
And
look
it's gonna
over it,
work as
please,
well.
please. It hurts. It hurts, Stick. I'm telling you. Having this third-person perspective where you can see the outlines of everyone too, it's both amazing and it's a curse. Now, yet again, Storms in a 3v1. A very nice nade being cooked up through the floor. Wow, I'm in a little bit of awe. He's a minute and 7 to go. He can make this work. If he plays for the right picks, hits his shots the way we know he can, this could turn into a ValorsGG round. On the side of Tide Pods, they just have to hold strong. They have to make sure that they solidify their ability to hold. Questionable for Storms not to recover the diffuser, but 46 seconds to go. He has time to play with. He'll begin his push into study, swinging around as he did just burn the Aruna Shiryu gate, and now he has to wait to shoot out this Malusi Banshee.
Bigelow makes the adjustment, but it's found out by Storms, and though he trades with Coffee, there still is a defender left. Gotta give the nod to Hypers for the good sportsmanship. That was a decent try. I mean, that almost came.
Nice try, Stick. Nice try, buddy.
Just gonna disconnect from the VMix call.
All right. I'll see you later. Now, no, I don't. Hypers. He's doing a different op every single round. I'm calling it right now. Right, a grand total is 8. 8 for 8. I don't understand.
Well,
I don't understand it. I don't. I really don't. I'm trying to comprehend the gameplay that I'm watching.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as
Valors, we know they're capable. We've seen it before. It's just that aggression, that fire in their eyes is just burnt up. Or burnt
Very true.
out. Tell them about my spawn peak. I don't know the spawn peak. I know he has to tell them, but I wish we saw the spawn peak Stick. I feel like we should just start like talking and chat with these players. They're so. I've never seen such a chatty team. Never.
Oh, I think I've had some games that have been more chatty than this. I've had some games where the teams really do not like each other. Oh, that just brought me back to memory. I had a collegiate match one time where the teams were just at each other's throats. I mean, this was the most toxic match I've ever seen. We had to blacklist one of the teams because it was so bad. We never streamed them again. And our observer would know that because he was there for that. But either way, it's this extension strategy. Nitro launch shoe. Oh, he can't get out in time. That's another round of nitros for Hypers out on that balcony, and he never gets a kill without a comment. He's always got to say something. Unfortunately, this time maybe it gets him killed.
I think it did this time. Quite ironic. There's the Ayana Gemini replicator being used to great effect, spotting out Aquino playing the ignorant side of Aviator Room. He'll reposition himself over to the trophy case. In case you're wondering why you'd ever want to go for something like that, it's because if they do opt to jump in through the trophy window, it gives you a nice big advantage for when they try to swing. Now, Valors are playing for the drone game. They're holding the Wrangles, and it's playing quite well as Aquino. He's lost all of his friends. He has to rotate back to site, as with now a minute 40 or minute 50, sorry, remaining. It's a 4v3 with a good, decent chunk of utility remaining, but a lot of map control gone.
Somebody is just knocking on the servers today with a hammer. We cannot get any break from it. That is a bit of a shame for the players, but hopefully it will die down. In the meanwhile, Valor's command advantage 4 versus 3 are Are they going to be able to force their way onto the site? Gingy will make an adjustment as he goes for the rappel out on the master balcony, maybe seeing if he can shut down the angle from the concrete door. Fire spreads throughout the room. The Vulcan detonates. Hennessy will just swing the angle, and he trades it back. The impact of Hennessy has just been crazy this game. Comes in, no warm-up. Substitute called into play. And he is just having a phenomenal match so far.
Oh, no.
Aquinio has been trapped, but the nade doesn't work. Trying to go for the jump out, but Gingy's ready for that aggressive play. Now moving it into 1 versus 3 territory. Tiny bit of chip damage. Nitro launch detonates, but doesn't claim any damage, and that'll be Badger from inside a statue who will sink the deal. Bring us back to an even game at 4-4.
That was the first time that ValorsGG lost the round advantage in this game. They were always in the lead. So for them to bring it back, it's quite questionable to see how the pattern will shift. If they will now on the attacking side be able to get a second round to maintain that lead, or will we see Tide Pods lead it through? Because I don't see one of the teams being able to find some miracle grow and fix their strats right away. It's not going to grow overnight, just like the grass does, but they have to play for each other. That's something we saw demonstrated quite expertly by ValorsGG in that previous round. They worked around the site. They didn't just go flat out. We saw the rotate to bedroom. Not all of them, of course. But they did make that rotate, and it did pay dividends with their ability to refrag, go for the flashes, good utility usage. Tide Pods, tone it back. We don't need that aggressiveness. We love it, and I enjoy watching it. But be selective, and I think that's something that would really, for both these teams, change the tide.
All right. Here we go. Tide Pods on the reattempt for this objective. See if Valors can try to get a little bit more momentum going. To be honest with you, in the first half, it felt like maybe Valors were going to be able to step into the second split of this game and just kind of roll away with the momentum. Because they had the first half. They had the first map, excuse me. And then there's such a long break. Maybe it interrupts the momentum for them, but it also kind of shifts up Tide Pods in their position. I don't know how close this game would be, to be honest with you, Binks, without Hennessy having such a rocking game.
Yeah, it really makes you wonder, and makes you tip your cap to Valors, because they know that he was going to be a potent player. Be able to let him be there. There's the run out from Hypers. Did we expect any less? I don't think we did. Regardless, that's 4v5 once again. Valors need to try to fight back from it. The stick, I feel like I'm watching the same thing, same tape on repeat. 1 kill, 2 kill, refrag, no kill. It's all blending together, and if it's blending together for us who have the entire view, I guarantee the same thing is happening for the players who are actually in game. And it's about being able to distinguish and still make those smart plays. That mental endurance of Rainbow Six Siege is something that very few people actually remember to talk about and remember exists until they're actually the ones playing in game.
When you get these two sort of pickup teams and you make them fight it out in a best of 5, you get some really confusing Siege. Because there's no strategy, there's no, very clean story to follow. Sometimes you can kind of get into team deathmatch, and maybe that'll be exemplified by Hypers there. The first top out gets him the kill on the Badger, but the second one will mean his undoing, and it will mean the trade. The diffuser is down by Study, though, so somebody needs to go back there and get it. And otherwise, Valor's not going to be able to play the objective and are going to have to fight for kills on the site, which would not be my suggestion. Shoe's not even close. I just don't know at this point. Hawks, it just doesn't matter. It does not matter. Hawks will just run in, kills 2. Coffee has to retake the site, and the diffuser is not even a question. It still is not even close. Finally, Shu will bring it back. In the meanwhile, his coverage is gone. The Nitro is launched, but Shu just barely manages to dodge back into safe cover. Now trying to play the cross angle. Oh, but one's going to move up. You better get your gun out, Shu. Otherwise, you're going to have some real trouble ahead. Spots the leg, and that'll be good for it as Storms collects as well there, and Valors regain the lead.
So, you see, I've used. Can we call this a brain freeze of a round? I think that's a good way to call it, Stick. It's a brain freeze.
This whole game has just been brain freeze, man.
Yeah. I'm looking left. I'm looking right. I'm trying to rackle in my brain to understand it. Hypers is playing Mozzie again. The one consistent is now gone of him playing a different operator.
What are we gonna do now?
Yeah, my life's in shambles. It's gone.
We're in ruins here in the casting booth. But Valor is only 2 rounds away here from being on series and championship point, though. So Tide Pods have kind of got to get a move on. Yeah, that last round, such a great opener for Hypers. He jumps out, he finds the sledge. Badger's on his drone, can't even fight back. But then Hypers gets too greedy. He tries to go for another run out, and this time it doesn't go so well.
All right. I got a hunch. I got a big hunch here, and I'm gonna call it right away. I got 7 seconds. I can see we're gonna see a full frontal approach coming from Study, but the basement. We're not basement. We're gonna see the main hall push. From there, they're gonna try to clear out Hypers. We'll get a little bit too aggressive for his liking. Swing around. No, I'm already wrong. Never mind. I already got it wrong. Why are you doing this to me? Please don't make Hypers
okay,
right.
You can try again. Oh, but Hypers can't.
Yeah, I got that part right. I got that part right. We'll call it a 50-50. Anyways, now that I can have a general idea where they're coming from, I can try my chances at an analysis. Aquino, he's been playing relatively tame. You'll go for a shot, rotate back. And this will free up things for Valors. They're now able to go for their push. 2 minutes 22. They want to go and get that solidified hold, which we saw them get comfortable with in the previous game with their hold, with their aggressive pushes on Consulate. Once they get that control, they'll hold it for the time they need and make sure the Tide Pods feel really pressured. From that pressure, rotate around, vertical play, done, round. Hello, match point for Valors.
All right, well, Tide Pods still have that 2-man hold. They have to find some way to try to bring this one back, and they'll do that in the form of Hennessy achieving double digits shots out against Shu. Valors are kind of bunched up here. They need to be careful. Could be an opportunity for Coffee to put a Nitro to work if he were in this position. He's getting a little aggressive, trying to play there beyond the vault. Just holding with the SMG. Seeing if maybe Valors are going to try to move up and will have their guard down as they just adjust for positions. Hawks will swing, though, and he brings the advantage back to 2. Nade should be good to destroy the deployable. Zigolo is in a bit of a pickle. His spot isn't great. Turns his back, tries to round the corner, but he just barely loses the fight. He cannot connect. So it leaves it up to Coffee. In the 1 versus 2, he doesn't even really know where his targets are. Hard breach, hole in the wall. Gotta go for the reload. He does not have a whole lot of time to play for this. Gingy will try to back off. Spots the mute as he adjusts the position, and somehow Coffee is still alive. I don't know how he's just managed to hold out for this long. We'll go up on the tall angle now. They have a Z-ping, but it just doesn't have the angle. Coffee is having such a rough go that Badger is backed off, and they have a drone, it seems like. The intel is here, and that'll be good as Valor step on to match point.
I was sort of right with my call. I can give myself that point at least. Big parts of that round, though, were the ability to go for that quick push. That was mainly enabled, we talked about it earlier, but Hyper's aggression. If he goes and waits till the end of the round, we see him, like, that's when we get a yell. We can go, ooh, nice shot at the start, but we can't really move around. I'm curious. Tide Pods have been putting such good work in, but now Valors has 2 uncontested attempts at this match point, this game being over. if they can hold the way they have in the past, that push, hold, push, hold, push, hold, Tide Pods can't sit still.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
If ADHD had a team, it would be Tide Pods. So they can't stay focused on one angle.
Can you say that on the broadcast?
Yes, why not? It's something I thought of with my ADHD.
Okay.
Why not? Why not?
Man.
It's a good analogy.
I guess.
We'll find out. We'll see what Big Man Gooby thinks, and we'll go from there.
5 seconds to
I just got the hookup. You just PayPal'd me $4 so I could go get Dutch Bros after the cast. What a nice guy.
I know.
Can we get a round of applause and in the chat for Gooby being such an awesome league director? Oh my god, you guys can hear that. Our producer just said he didn't get a smoothie. I'm sorry.
Grissom moment.
I'm sorry, Grissom.
Grissom moment. I am sorry, but
moment.
that's a Grissom moment.
Oh, now our observer wants in. We still have a game to cast, Binks. We still
We'll
have a
figure it
game.
out.
Valors are on match point. It's 6-4. How is this one going to go down?
My predictions have been warming up, and it's something that I want to go for, but that's something that you just can't predict. And I can tell Aquino wasn't predicting that one too, as that one will put a fork on the side of Valor's plans. And they are a few different roads that they can go down. They can go for this vertical play, try to reconcile rotating sights off of losing that player, or they can go for this refrag. They have the drone come out, they have the players to go with them. But here's Hypers. He's on Goyo, the guy that can play every single operator in the game, and I'm willing to bet. But now, drone coming out. Will spot him out. Don't look at the drone. Look for the player, Hypers. He'll get caught right inside of Memorial. Oh, wow. He's confused. I'd be too. But now, 35 seconds remaining. Sorry, 1 minute 35 to go. They have even man, and they have the map control, and that's something I can't stress enough. When you have the map control, ValorsGG is one of the scariest teams to go against because they will make you pay for it.
All right. Time is starting to wear on here in this round for map number 2. The winner, if it's Valors here, would put them onto the 3rd map with an opportunity to close out the series outright without even having to go beyond the 3-map total. Bulletproof camera proving to be a bit difficult in clearing it. There was a nade that went through, got the hatch, but not the camera. Ooh, and look at that, up close and personal. It's Zigolo, who has been, honestly, a player that's really been a smooth operator in a lot of these high-pressure moments. We'll have a swing come through from Hennessy. The offense will back off. They're going to have to re-attempt this peak, and Hennessy, he knows his boundaries. He knows that all he has to do here is just hold off Valors, because if they let him slip, this is Valors taking the 2nd map without even needing to go to round number 12. Will they be able to do it as Hennessy has crept back in, but Valors are adjusting their play. It seems that Storms with this frag grenade, they're going to try to quarterback an Aviator option. Badger runs deep to the map's table. Will attempt the plant. Coffee has a nitro, but he hasn't managed to get it into the battlefield yet. Finally will go for the toss, but it's no good! And the plant is down complete, but Badger DBNO'd, so it won't even matter. And that'll be the round as Tide Pods, they hang on for one more.
They're making it happen.
Bomb diffuser disabled.
They pushed around. I like that rotate to 90. That was quite crafty on the side of Tide Pods. And that's where you really see the flexibility, where a lot of times I find with defensive setups, so with some teams, they'll say, we stick to the plan, nothing else. If you can't deviate from a plan, then you're planning for that plan to fail. Especially in a game like Rainbow Six, nothing goes the way you want. You can try to plan for every scenario, and I guarantee you, there'll be one that you're not expecting. Because most of the time, you're planning to have your teammates do exactly what they're supposed to and win their gunfights. I'm trying to think of what could be happening, what they could do to fix it. But regardless, going to this final round of regulation. IQ in play. If I did see that right, IQ in play. Interesting. That will combat the pulse quite nicely. I don't think that's going to be expected from Zigolo. I can see a solid and strong vertical push, but here is what it's going to hinge on. Their ability to clear this top floor and not have an aggressive play turn the round upside down. If they can get beyond that to get their lines onto site, this is going to be Valor's map.
10 seconds.
I guess the IQ does make a decent amount of sense here when you're trying to fight against a pulse.
5 seconds.
That could be helpful. There's always the question that we have to ask. When it's a pug stack, sometimes the operator choices are less for the gadgets, more for the guns. Badger could have elected to bring in the G8, which we all know, such a ferocious weapon. Maybe that'll be what they need to bring that gun in here on match point to give Badger some extra firepower. I mean, man, if he is that good with the MX4, just imagine what he could do with the G8.
That's a very valid point, and to be honest, one that I had not even considered yet.
Bomb has been located.
He is still on his drone. Storms is going to find the opening pick onto Hypers, and this is the contingency that I talked about. That opening kill and being able to go unanswered, so he's not able to make one of those crazy plays we know him for. And there, boxed on site at 250, and you try to leave through China, you're going to meet your demise quite steadily. Hennessy wondering what's going on upstairs, because I am too. I don't know where this vertical push is coming from, if it is even going to happen, because even at that point, you still need a hold.
That big player, the huge personality here on Tide Pods will be absent in this round. Coffee picks off one as Shu adjusts his position, and he's using these hard breach angles to really give him the upper hand and the leg up. Though they do find Coffee inside of the kitchen space, Gingy gets taken out, removing your hard breach components. So you're probably not going to be able to really use that laundry wall as much of a support. Storms has got a nade, but better be careful to get that back in his pocket if the server lags out. Blowing himself up. Luckily, he does manage to get around that, and Storms has 18-4. With 3 opponents left to go, we could still see an opportunity for a 20 bomb in regulation. Red grenade indicator, it's going to force Aquinio back, and he takes a huge barrage of explosive damage. All up to Hennessy, the new player, the clutch substitute in the 1-on-2. Shu has got a shield, though. He's got so much coverage to play for, and Hawks will try for it, but he's having a bit of a struggle there with the SCK-3000. Shu tries to pop up. So many bullets. Enough to pre-fire practically for the entire duration of the plant timer. And Hennessy, all he's got is the Ronin left. Running out of even ammunition at this point to try to fight this one through. And Shu is not making it easy on him. Continuing to dodge and duck. Taking cover behind the bomb. And that'll be Valor's. They do it in round number 12. And they go up 2-0 in the CCL Season 1 Grand Finals.
I'm happy with that performance. We talked about the contingency of Hypers, and I don't like talking about a player as a contingency, but when they have the ability to make such big prevalent plays, you have to see them come up, and it's something that we know that Hypers is capable of. So really looking for him to be able to find his footing on, I believe the next map should be Chalet. I'm curious. I'm very curious to see how he will be able to play properly.
Yeah, I hope he can get onto this third map and start to have one of those more, expectant performances that we know that he can provide for us. But we have that question and more to answer after we head to a short break. So stick with us during the intermission. I'm sure you'll want to see where this series goes. Will we head 2-1 in this grand final, or will it be done in 3 maps? We'll be right back.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me.
Welcome back to CCL, ladies and gentlemen. We are headed over to Chalet in our third map. And you're probably wondering, what's with the sunglasses? Well, when you're at the Chalet, there's a lot of sun. The snow in France is quite reflective, so we need to make sure that our eyes are protected. Now, Sticula, we've seen both of these teams. We've had some close games, but Valors seems to be on top thus far.
Yeah, they have been. They look like the team that's just better at closing things out. Their team play overall has just been kind of a rank above the rest. So maybe this will be the one where we just decide that they are outright the better team here in the Canada Contenders League. Or we could have a potential for that fourth map scenario. But we have had a bit of a switch. Hennessy, who was, to my knowledge, the Tide Pod's top performer from the last map, has had to go bye-bye because he is not a Canadian. We don't know how he stuck in. He got in through a window, and the admins didn't check him, didn't check his ID. But now we've got Boobith, who's back, and so we are going to get into the game.
So we are really sorry about that, but hey, we have another match to look forward to. So let's get right on into it. We're in the ban phase. Pretty standard stuff, though. We have to assume the Thatcher ban. Then, based on the way these teams play, I can see the Zero ban being quite potent here, especially to put a stop to hypers. But there's the Thatcher. On the defensive end, assuming that I am correct, I would see that counteracted by a Valkyrie. And Valkyrie Mirror has been the same thing, but I see the Mirror possibly sneaking by this time.
Yeah, I don't really see the largest reason for her to be banned. Valors will remove Zero there, which, to be honest with you, I don't know if I would 100% say that is a target ban against Hypers. I don't feel like his best rounds are really on the Zero. It's more just what the Zero can bring for your offense on Chalet. There's the Valk ban as well. Last one, it's hard to say for Tide Pods. I think maybe you could elect to ban a Goyo. There is some room for that. However, Tide Pods are on the first defense, so if they do that, they would be kind of handicapping themselves a little bit. It will be the Goyo, though, so we won't have him played out here. And the extension on the top floor a lot of times is pretty contingent on having a lot of shields, so we'll have to see somebody else from the defense start to help out there.
We did see on the side of Valors, although they are on attack, Badger with that alibi. In case you forgot, the reason why alibi is so very potent once again is because she takes those shields, but also Frost. She has those shields. She is quite comfortable with them too. She may not have that 1.5. Aquino, I don't know if that was a random pick, but I like it because Doc also does have that 1.5 unless there was some change that I'm unaware of.
Sorry, which operator are we talking about in the 1.5?
Doc, does he have a 2 or does he have the 1.5?
Just the one.
Is it still Rook? Rook still has.
Yeah, Rook has not lost the 2, but I would not put it past Ubisoft to eventually take it away.
That's so interesting. We were so potent in complaining. The way that Rainbow Six players can change from season to season, where we're like, amplification? What? Taking away 2.0s? It's crazy to think about. Is Rook still the only one that has an automatic that has a 2.0 scope?
I think yes, if you don't count the ACS 12 on Maestro.
We're not counting that.
Automatic.
No.
It is automatic, Binks.
It is, but it isn't. Like, it's like, no, it's a shotgun. I can't allow that. Regardless, we're seeing the alibi come out rather than the Frost. And it makes sense because Hypers is now playing the alibi. And I don't know if we've actually seen him on the Italian operator thus far. So, always expected to see him on a new operator to start us off on a new map.
Yeah, he just loves to play every operator in the book. Maybe he's trying to channel his inner Badger. We saw what Badger was doing with the alibi on the previous map, and even on Consulate earlier, right at the start of this series. Pretty quick from Valors as they will come in through the basement, but ooh, terrible timing for Badger as the millisecond that he drops ADS is right when Boobith hits the swing and connects for the kill. That's tough luck, Badger.
kills back and forward all before the 2-minute 15 mark. We'll round right about at the 3-3 mark as Storms is already coming alive with a 2-piece in this first round. That's with Hypers and Aquino. They have been set to spectate once again. Unfortunate, but it's not over yet if you're a Tides Pod fan. Boobith has a kill already, and he's feeling it. Well, my mute. They both have utility available to them. Meaning they're able to rotate around. If you're probably wondering why on earth does Coffee still have a jammer in his pocket, and I have an answer for you. If Coffee were to come up any sort of utility such as a Nomad air jab that is blocking his way, he can now throw down that mute jammer and jam it outright in order to be able to rotate without any detection from the attackers. So quite big brain. Do you know what's his big brain? Not Gingy, because he doesn't have one much to speak of. It will be shot out, just to clear up, not saying he doesn't have a brain, but it will be shot out quite quickly by the mute of Coffee. Now down to the man advantage on the side of Tide Pods.
Yeah, if he did have a brain, it's in a lot of different pieces now. That bullet going through. Valors are having some difficulty. Where Storms is going with that nade. I guess he's going to open the hatch, which is, you know, that's not the worst play. They're going to try to drop down and just go through sort of this grass hall push. See if maybe they can just walk into the site and overwhelm the Tide Pods defense. But the default and now the bulletproof camera is going to sort of give up their play, so Storms and Shu need to get moving, but Boobith is proving to be a real problem. Coming out from the staircase, pulls out the pistol. Okay, then.
Well, you know what? He took a break. He he got his gamer insert sponsorship here. Hit up Gooby if you want that to be your name. And he is right back into the game, and you can see exactly why he needed that break. And he's back. He's back and better than ever. And I think we're finally just starting to see the real Boobith that we've all been waiting to show up.
I hope Boobith feels better. It's not fun to play while you're sick.
Siege, I think Siege is probably one of the worst games to play while sick. Valorant I can manage a little bit. It hurts your head. It hurts. Like, there's no quick, even if you're playing a quick match for Rainbow Six, there's nothing that can really, you can work around. It's such a big brain game, which is why I commend these players. And I've already said it before, this is the third map. I commend these players so much on their ability to just keep playing and pull off these plays.
Well, iPods with the lead off round after kind of a bit of a back and forth. Valor's tried to do a few different things, but Boobith was the man to really get in the way and make sure that they were put to rest. I think Valor's could have used with a little bit of a clearer game plan for their top floor push. They tried to send Badger into dining, which seems like an odd position to send your Flores with 4 explosive drones. That's, you know, that's a lot of utility to just sort of chance on the fact that you're not going to engage somebody inside dining. So maybe if he had been a little bit more conservative, then they would have been able to shut down the shields that they were playing at the top of the staircase. But with that site locked out, we'll have to wait a little bit to get the answer to that question. The Nitro is launched, but it doesn't look like anyone from Valor's is there to receive outside of the double library window.
Storms will be able to find the head of Hypers on the Cade, an interesting op selection for him. But now, 2 minutes 15, a lot less action in this round than the previous one. Storm's actually going to take a bit of damage from his comrades' breaching charge. But look at all these angles and clean ones at that being opened up for the second floor site. Boobith getting a little bit aggressive, might be able to net him a kill. The Shu will be able to spot it out. Ayana drone now rotating around, waiting, trying to find someone. It will get muted up before he can find any information. And also, that is the RCE Rotero drone in play, but it will get caught by the mute jammer.
Yeah, those mute jammers can be a real pesky problem. You can see they do acknowledge its position with a quick Z ping. It's gonna be tough to clear it. Gingy might be able to find the angle if he gets open the other section of this wall here, but Maybe they've gotten rid of the jammer another way as the shield goes kaboom. And that deployable cover there inside of the piano space is now capitulated. See if that goes anywhere.
They went around.
What if I missed?
They went around. They're just going around.
Really?
They're just boycotting the mute chamber. He found a route, went completely around it to get all the way there. Very well played by Badger. I like it. Now, I believe that is his final RC Retiro that you hear cooking now. And he is now fresh out. But with 50 seconds, he's done his job. Gingy will also be able to connect onto Boobit. That is a prevalent figure to have to say, considering he's now 3-1. Maybe being cooked out. Aquino lit all the way up to 10 health. But the beautiful thing is, on 10 health, you can still do your part, especially in these long-range gun fights. Gingy still staying alive on that window, not even needing to enter, as Badger is now going for the plant. Zigalo is on the echo. There he will go for his denial, but with 20 seconds to go, he'd have to rotate a second drone around, as it does look like this plant will be successful. But not if Aquino and the echo of Zigalo has something to say. If he has a second drone, he could completely outright deny this plant. He is now out of drones, and Yokai Blast, if they don't see his drone, he has a second one. And it will actually be successful, as Zigalo now has to use his silenced MP5. He's gonna have to find 2. It is doable and winnable since he has his scope right on them with 40 seconds. But no, there's Badger, the utility menace on the Flores. Great round from ValorsGG as they are staying in it.
If only the Echo had maybe one last Sonic Blast in the Yokai, he would have been able to stop that, but no. Alas, he does not. He runs out, and then they have to get the challenge. I was honestly surprised that the Aruni was able to creep up to the big window and take out that player. I think that was probably a contingent in making that clutch winnable, because you have to be able to shut down that cross angle. If you don't, you're probably not even going to make it inside of Office or Piano. That will put us back at a tie game, 1-all. We'll go back to the reattempt for the master bedroom. For the defense, is there anything you think they could do a little bit better as we go back to this site immediately?
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
I like the roam. Don't give it up so easily. Play for the extension. That's something that we always talk about on maps like Chalet. You have to play for that extension. If you give that extension up right away, then they have so much map control. And map control is what kills you. And I've talked about it. That's why ValorsGG would choose a map such as Chalet. This is ValorsGG map pick, just to confirm with everyone, because they're able to get into position and really secure these angles that they would like. So if you give them that map control, they're just going to play with you and play around you. That's what we saw. Even with the Echo drone in play, they were able to go for a plant so very early that all 4 Sonic Blasts would be dispersed onto the planter.
Go for Valors. See if maybe they can set their eyes on achieving that adjustment. Look at how aggressive Hypers is getting. Working his way up to the window. Just waiting on the other side. Storm's just being very patient. He knows the tendencies of Hypers here, but the Melusi isn't really moving much.
No.
Jumps in, doesn't check, and that'll be his life for Hypers. What a pick. Storms. It's been a real battle between Storms, Hypers, Boobith, and even previously Hennessy for that top player role. Lose Storms has got to be a bit of a crushing blow, especially the fact that you've got still some roamers that have not been dispatched. The Aruni will try to make her getaway, but look at the crossfire here set up from Tide Pods. I thought surely they wouldn't be able to get out of this in the advantage, and they still might not, as Aquino and Hypers do manage to fall. Boobith will also pay for it as well.
What happened?
This one has kind of gone a few different ways. It's a real push and pull for either roster.
Toxic Bait being sent out at minute 35, just hoping to allow the defensive side to recover just a little bit. With these shots being sprayed out, it's all long angles. Zigalo does have the Echo Yokai drones, as well as that 1.5 amplified silence SMG. With a huge run out, Coffee will be able to down Hoax. Or Hux. Oh, Hoax, sorry, I'm losing my mind. Since he is downed, it could change things up. He's going to have to crawl. the audio cue is not there. If he does choose to go for this run out, which he does, he'll swing out, be able to find both players. Coffee coming up huge. Sigalo going to connect onto the head, and there'll be Tide Pods maintaining the man and round advantage throughout.
I mean, what a weird round. Goes all sorts of different directions. First, you get the very aggressive posturing by Hypers against Storms inside the mudroom, and then that entire odyssey to take control of the library hallway. I mean, it was back and forth. So many bodies littering that corridor in order to get that control. Eventually, the offense emerged at 3 versus 2, but that just wasn't enough because they try to revive in plain view, Binks. Plain view
You
of
can
the
crawl off the
piano
roof.
window.
Jump off the roof. Just pretend your cards, Project X, get off that roof, get it up, get back out, figure it out, clean up the site.
Attackers need
Brand
to
new,
locate and defuse
new round,
the bomb.
reset, go. Simple as that. Simple and complicated as I made that sound, that's exactly what it is. Time management, assuming risks, and they knew the risk was there. To go in front of that window, well, it seems quite logical. It's one of the scariest angles to hold, because he just went for the run out. You're playing Tide Pods. They love their runouts more than just about anything. How can you expect anything else? But now, we get to see a second attempt, or they're just going back. It's not an attempt. We've already seen them successful on this bomb site. Quite successful, to say the least, with how they were able to really repel ValorsGG
Out to defuse a bomb.
on this bar and games site. If you are on the side of Valors, and I've been talking, and it's something that I've quite enjoyed now, being able to talk about how we have seen the players of Valors push. They need to get control of Trophy and make it into the building. Once they're in the building, they don't have to worry about runouts, people jumping at them. Then they are all set. When they're on this ledge, looking at the windows, they are so very vulnerable. So playing into those strengths and weaknesses is something that I would like to see Valors do moving forward.
Real boatload of damage there against Hawks. Shu's in the sight. Shu is in the objective. Gingy is
They're
doing
planting.
They're getting the case down. Coffee and Zigalo gone. Akinio 2. Hypers and Boobs left to come back and try to get back into the objective.
Are you writing a Dr. Seuss book?
Right. I mean, Valor's pretty much a pop-up there into the objective. They don't leave anything open for the defense. Boobs will find one. Tries for a second. Hypers puts it on, but getting a little bit distracted by the bodies on the ground. And Valor's, yeah, sometimes that'll happen on Chalet.
Can we get someone please go back and clip that? Because I guarantee you, Sticks sounded like either he was rapping or he was reading a Dr. Seuss book with that round. Man, oh man, you make words sound like magic. But how did they get into sight? We're talking about magic. We can talk about magic with words, but we can also talk about magicians. 1 second they're not there, 1 second they're there. They're just right on games. Did they come through the window, drop the hatch? I'm missing something, and hopefully Tide Pods knows what that something is, and they're able to reconcile and figure it out, because the frost pick is now coming out.
Yeah, that's rough.
Locate and defuse bomb.
Sucks to be you, I guess, for Tide Pods. They just get rushed. To be honest, sometimes that top floor is just so much to clear that teams will just be like, nah, let's not. Let's just go in the site.
It's trench warfare, I'm telling you. I made this point before. This entire piano doorway that we still see the players setting up for, it is the definition of trench warfare. We saw it, I can loop it back to World War I, where we saw that big line. You can fight for piano and it can just turn into the Battle of the Bulge with how much damage you make, but in reality, there's not much to go off of. I like what they did there because it was a very big... It could even be viewed as blitzkrieg because they did encircle their opponent.
They did.
They completely rushed. That's blitzkrieg in Rainbow Six. There you go. I don't even have to explain it anymore. If you don't know what blitzkrieg is, you are missing out on history. Take a look. It is quite fascinating.
Valors really were just like, let's not do the full clear. And that's an attitude I'm, I do like. I love that authority to just say, let's not go for this full clear and spend all this time going upstairs when we can just walk in.
Hello.
All right, well, Hypers just walks right in, and the pre-aim from Storms is good for the headshot. Nearly lining up with Zigalo, but he's got the stone cover here inside the office. Gingy coming past. They better drone Zigalo, otherwise this is about to be a freebie. And there it is! Gingy even manages to get the jump on Zigalo, who had his back turned facing the player out on the Ego balcony. Storms will try to jump in, rattles off a kill against one. Boobeth will dodge back before that can be made a second, but in the meanwhile, Badger snatches Coffee
By attackers.
through this destruction element below. Does he spot him? I don't think he does. Oh, but it won't really matter much. Badger tries to chase across the hallway, and he's found out by Boobeth, leaving us in a 2 versus 3.
Aquino will be able to find Shuju Sussy now down to 2v2. Quick refrag off that good information. Nice job by Hawks. He's done a phenomenal job at finding those refrags and helping his teammate out. Nade will cook on those library stairs, only pushing the Jaeger farther up, as both these players know their objective. And that's right, it's on the first floor, not the second, forcing Booba to rotate down right into the unloving arms of Storms. He'll quickly and swiftly pick up that kill. I am loving Valor's ability to adapt and really push Tide Pods out of their own sight.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it during the pregame. Aquino, that's what he mentioned to me. He talked about how their roster had a really strong flexibility. It was key in taking out Northern Shield in the semifinal, and it proves to be as valuable here in the grand finale of the entire season. So maybe that's just the edge the Valors have got going for them. And Tide Pods are still kind of lacking team play. And there's a couple moments here where it just feels like there's a break. Not everyone is on the same page, and it's causing issues.
Attackers need to
And it might just be enough of a problem to put off this game and have us wrapped up in 3 maps. Though I'll say Chalet is so attacker favored. It's really the most unique map in Rainbow Six for that regard. Valors, they've only got 3 attack wins so far, which is not this huge crazy margin. At least they're equal at the half, but I think in order for us to really be confident backing them going onto their defenses, you've got to strike hard and get that 4-2.
I think it's doable. We've seen it in their pushes. We've seen it in their operator selection even. Now, I like the Thermite.
5 seconds left.
You talked about the Thermite on Villa. It doesn't work. And we were explaining, well, you have to go up to the wall. You're vulnerable to vertical. You're still vulnerable to those same things in this case. But the vertical is most likely in the attacker's favor. You have Gingy, never mind. Gingy has flash grenades. There goes one of my points. He could be looking to just burn with them, as there's not too many things for the attackers to burn with besides Badger if he did opt to take the flash grenades on Flores, which he did based on the 9 flash grenades. Questionable utility. Regardless, it's not all about how you have utility, it's about how you use it. We could easily see ourselves proven wrong in this case from ValorsGG, or easily from Tide Pods, because they do have a lot of solid guns. Hypers on a roaming Mira, which I didn't even talk about because I didn't want to pick up on it just yet, just to see if it did pay off whatsoever, but we'll leave that story for yet another day.
There is still the overarching story of this round and the small battle here for Coffee. 1 shell is good for the down and another for the confirm. The Hawks' chagrin, he's taken down. Coffee just making sure that he can fit through the rotate and find some more cover. Another shotgun. He's just brutal with the M590 this round. Hyper's taken out, but Coffee is still on the prowl. Storms has got to be careful. An expert pre-fire move by Aquino through the soft wall against Storms. But with the trade and with Coffee gone, still at a 2 versus 2. And I gotta say, I'm really loving this mirror window watching into closet. Zigalo having some shots exchanged. Aquino trying to maybe double up, seeing if he can get close to the window and hold off the cross. Meanwhile, Badger deploys a Retero. This could be enough to push the players out of position, but I don't think And maybe it gets the glass off the window. Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't even accomplish that. Really just a Rotero used for nothing now. Shu sends himself in below, so maybe he's going to try to play vertical. That would be my one thought about Badger's use there, but no, I think the floor is actually concrete below the mirror, so you're not going to be able to even do that. Another Rotero drone sent in now, hoping that this will finally get that window cleared, because Valors do not have a whole lot of lanes that they can use here.
Badger will go down in the altercation. Sussy will be able to get his refrag, except to actually hit the headshot. Badger now able to be revived up to 20 health as he's still bleeding out. Sussy is not going for it. He'll go for the concuss, waiting, although the audio cue is there. Does he have the time? He'll get hit by the air jab, find one, but not the second. Sussy, you could call that a bait of his own comrade. I'll call it a bait, just to make him look that much more big brain. But wow, well played. ValorsGG secure that 4-2 split that you talked about was so pivotal. And now on this defensive end, they have access to the mirror, Romai, Smoke, although no Goyo. They have a lot of freedom to play with.
They really do. There's a whole variety of different things that they could do when they take a look at this defense. Not to mention this quick snap, a 3-round streak that they've accumulated closing out that half. Does give them a bit of extra confidence here to maybe secure a 4th and start to kind of accumulate rounds slowly towards that goal of reaching match point, and in this case, championship title point if they can get all the way up to 6. Tide Pods really need to kind of find their second gear. It's not been a terrible map for Hypers, but it's definitely far below the expectations, and that's something you really hate to say about a player, but Hypers, he delivered so huge during the regular season. And it's not like there's a huge disparity, you know, against the opponents that he's playing. When he took on Northern Shield, that's when Hypers got... I think Hypers had more kills than the entirety of his opponents combined, which is just a monstrous thought to think of. But where is that Hypers today? Because he needs to be here, because his team haven't won a single map so far, and Valors, if they can just get 3 more rounds before this map is done and before overtime is reached, then the title of Season 1 champion for CCL will be theirs.
Now, Tide Pods will make their approach, spraying through the window. They see them open. They know from their own personal tricks, a window's open. There's bound to be a defender nearby. But this is actually quite interesting. 2 drones, an aggressive push in from the Zofia of Boobith. He has really come alive compared to the first map. And he's showing why, as he's already made his way to Green Hallway. But that's what happens when you don't clear properly. That cross angle, that is such an impossible area to push up so early in a round. And we saw it in the very first round. I believe it was Badger on the Flores who got caught, albeit a bit sooner, but it's such a big choke point.
Once again, you need to add that consistency element in the drones. I would hate to be on Tide Points at this point in the game, because it probably feels like they're just wandering around in a labyrinth where, you haven't fully checked anything, you haven't searched a lot of these spaces, and they continue to get picked off in a lot of very awkward ways. Bulletproof camera at the stairs, and nade will go through. Look at the swing coming in from Hawks. I love that confidence, but it's just poorly timed, and it won't get you far. After the opener against Boobith, 2 bodies drop. Storms and Hawks gone, but Badger, he does manage to still, in that moment, thread the needle and work 1 pick back. Take out Aquino, not to mention he'll double up now with the Nitro against the Hard Breacher, reducing the man count here for Tide Pods and dropping them down to a man with 1 Rotero drone, 3 flashbangs, and Zigolo, who's on the recharge timer for his Gemini, but still has 2 nades here, Binks. You think that could be enough to try to find 1 pick, even despite the Jaeger and Wamai?
I don't believe so. I believe if the Wamai is playing this properly and he has his pucks laid up on the floor, on the roof, we could possibly see a own nade kill, but that's not what you... I know you're going for the denial. You gotta hold so much tighter. Give them the room if you need, or just go for the swing, as Shu loves to prove me wrong, and he is quite good at it, to say the least. But now Zigolo We talked about you talked about those two nades. I'm anxious to see if they'll do anything. Whether or not he needs it, he has his ARX in hand. He'll find Shutu Sus. He has to contend with the Mira. Nade being cooked out. 10 health points being done. He still has one more left. He won't even need the nade.
Wow.
As Zigalo with the ARX is just tapping heads here on Chalet.
Huge clutch play by Zigalo. We've seen him in some of those dire straits moments. He really steps up for Tide Pods. And it's well needed there. I don't know if Tide Pods would have been able to manage a comeback if Valors had stepped out to 5 rounds and gone to a 3-round lead. And that might have been too overwhelming of a deficit for Tide Pods to face. Just 1 round. It's nothing crazy. There's opportunity for the offense to excel. And I gotta be feeling great. I mean, for Tide Pods, they're probably ecstatic. That was a round where they didn't really have a great chance. There was a slow start. They lost Boobith. He got caught out by Shu. And, you know, you combine the efforts of Hawks, of Badger, of Shu, and the staying power of some of their other players in the site. And it looked like Tide Pods were kind of about to be wrapped up. But no, Zigalo clutches. He goes huge. And so that'll mean it's just 1 short round that separates these two.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I'm pleased with the decision for ValorsGG to go for this top floor. They're not going back. They're not trying to reattempt something because of how much they had the man advantage. They know it's going to be fresh in Tide Pod's mind, and they're very good at their repetition, those extra aggressive plays. For them now to go and opt to go for this office side means they have freedom to play these long angles. They're setting up for a library. They're changing it up. And that mental reset to get back into their mojo, in my personal opinion, is exactly what they need. We have seen how prevalent these windows have been, these exterior windows, because this is not like Villa. You don't have those buffer rooms where you look through a window, you can't see too much. It's very limited. Here, you have windows right onto the site, but those are very high-risk windows. You look through this window, and you know that all eyes are going to be on you, or you're going to have eyes on all of them, depending on how things work out. So if they are able to properly manage, and timing is going to be quite key, in time when they go for these peaks, get these aggressive control of the map, this could work out quite well for them. And Hypers in this power position, I might say, if he does spot out the Badger before he takes him out. Beautiful shot. I told you, Badger's really good at proving me wrong.
I mean, he's just really good in general, let's be honest with ourselves here. Doesn't matter what op he's playing on. I wonder who our series MVP would be after we're all said and done. Because honestly, for Tide Pods, if they come back and win, I feel like it has got to be between Hypers maybe having a crazy next set of games. But right now, for Valors, my money, it feels like it's either between Storms or Shu. Storms was crazy on Consulate. And his performance on Villa was nothing to scoff at either.
I believe he was within the first 4 rounds at double digits, which is crazy. He really helped his team along the line. And we can't talk about the Hawk. Look at that. He jumps down, quick kill. Zigalo isn't off the board yet. We know that he can come up big. And Aquino, he's alive. He's well. Both these players are very, very fraggy. I can't emphasize that enough. You're going to have to see a very big hold now from Shutu Sussy because he has the MX5 and Storm in hand. 1.5 amplified scope, a minute to now deny. He'll spot out the foot. He knows where the attackers are coming from, but he has to line it up properly, but he will not be expecting Aquino to already be in the sight as he'll have a nice free swing. And that's right, ladies and gentlemen, we are evened up at 4-4.
A way to shatter the momentum there for Valors with 2 quick rounds in the second half and setting the tempo for the rest of the game. Huge performance there. Zigalo, Aquino have been really the solid and consistent rock for Tide Pods. Go to gaming. It wasn't very successful the first time. You know, when I say that, it felt like at the start, it was kind of murky. You know, they got the opening pick, and then it was sort of like this back and forth fight for a little while where they were trying to, cut down on some utility. There was bulletproof cameras that I remember and the shield question as well.
Attackers need to
So
locate and defuse bombs.
maybe Valor's, as long as they are able to kind of fend off Zigalo.
That
What are we
could
thinking?
be- Zigalo, you do bring up a good point. But Zigalo has been massively enabled by the inability of Valor to set a trap. We saw them adapt quite nicely to be able to compensate Hyper's playstyle. But now they have to adapt to a new one, because I do believe that's what it is. That's why we see that Hypers is not able to accelerate as much as he'd like.
5 seconds
The
remaining.
players of ValorsGG have just read into him, where Zigalo is still that X factor that we don't know too much about.
Well, Tide Pods, not really anything notable for their lineup that they've changed. Could see Boobith get into some action here on the Zofia. Already attempting opening up the front door. For Valors, they have stuck Shu on the Alibi, which has had a increasing prevalence in this game so far. It feels like we don't see a lot of rounds go by where she's not played, especially here on gaming, where, to be honest with you, Bink, sometimes you just need to find your frags. Aquino's going to walk into sight, though, as he is channeling the energy they had earlier, but wow, that does not work. It's a spectacular fail. Coffee, Boobith, and Aquino all go down. They tried the Valor's play of just walking into kitchen, and it did not work whatsoever.
I mean, they were ready for it. You have the Mira in proper position. While the Rotura will force the rotate off the Mira, it's still a very easy angle to hold and just pre-fires. It's all you have to do in this case. Now, Zigalo has the option to rotate out. They are possibly trying to fake out the rotate. They're pinched. Wait, what can you possibly think to do in this scenario? Final RCE Ratero drone is going to be cooked out on this second floor. This does seem like they are vamping up to try to clear this second floor library. But look at all these angles being held. This is going to be an absolute nightmare. And Storms, we know he doesn't miss these shots. He'll shoot out to the Gemini as soon as it jumps in. And immediately, he knows it's not viable, but here's the nade. Can it come through? Not even through the window. I guess not.
That's a bit of a fail there for Zig. Fortunate for him. Hyper's is still trying to see if maybe he can work one pick. Perhaps he hears the audio cue of Shu on the other side of the fireplace, but it doesn't seem like he's too worried about it. That'll be the Mira back behind, and Hypers makes the adjustment. I didn't even know Hawks was up there. But it won't matter as he doesn't win the gun battle. Zigalo now pushing up, taking some fire. He does down Badger, now adjusting his sights to make sure nobody creeps down from the main stairs in this moment. If Zigalo clutches this, I honestly would be amazed. He's won rounds where the odds are against him, but this one is so tremendously in deficit. Ooh, that one came awfully close there. But no, he's shut down. Just a final spray down from behind the bar.
Oh, man. You give him an extra second of breathing room, and he is already there. Oh, my goodness. Zigalo. If you don't know his name before, you better know it now. So I know I do. That's... If you're wondering the competition, if you're joining us saying, ValorsGG, two maps up, 5-4. Oh man, that's not too big. I want you to look at how close these previous rounds have been. They have been probably the closest I have seen in a while. They are down to the wire. Now, of course, that previous round, it got down to the wire and it was only Zigalo left. But that's Tide Pods who have just won 2 consecutive rounds prior, and they did come down to the wire. If you want to argue that this match hasn't been close, I'd have to argue otherwise. Because Tide Pods, with the rounds they're winning and losing, are putting up a very good fight.
It's true. But are they going to be able to retain that energy? Will Zigalo make another power play, but in a situation where he's not the only one left? That's the thing I gotta say. Zigalo is hitting some great shots. He's finding nades, but a lot of times to me it feels like it's in moments where the rest of his team and the rest of their play has already gone by. And that's just not gonna cut it here on Chalet. You've got to work together. And it feels like that's what we've been saying all game. Tide Pods just need to try and up the ante and support each other. Because it was happening with Hennessy, but not so much now. And they have got to kind of figure out the last piece to the puzzle here. Because relying on these individual plays can go very wrong. Hyper's... He does find the entry pick. It gets Hawks, but he dies, and that's your Flores playing on entry, who lost all of his drones, Binks. I don't think that's worth it. To get the Jaeger, whose utility has already been dispersed. It's already been placed down. That's just not really the player, the operator that should be on the entry position.
That's where you want to see the Ashes, though. If he already has a pre-placed drone somewhere, they've dispersed all their utility while they're going to push. It hurts to see, but it's not over yet for Tide Pods. Minute 40, and it's a 3-3 even man count. 135, time ticking down. They have to get this hold. The Ace Selma breaching charges will detonate over by the mezzanine wall leading into Opus. This gives them the long angle that they have been looking for. And if we know how the attackers are able to play, that's right, they can spray down angles with those big magazines from the LMGE, as well as the AK-12 is a substantial 31 bullets.
Yeah, I'd rate Tide Pods in the advantage pretty highly here, but what might matter more is the bank of utility that remains from Valors in the game of a plant. You've lost Coffee now, but Boobith does work the trade. Storms is still up, though. Your smoke is still alive, and his shield is yet to be cleared. Gon 6 is shot in for the attempt. Shoot down at Piano, and the confirm hits from Boobith. 2 versus 1, but Storm still manages to hit. It's a miraculous shot, but he has no intel. That'll change now. He's surely aware of Zigalo with the shotgun. Valor's up to match point.
3 shots remaining in that gun. I need to highlight that for a second. That is confidence in a barrel right there. If you have to pull that out, 3 shots left, I'll hit him. We'll make it work. Valor's match in series point, and they have gone hurtling towards it. They have their kitchen and dining defense now. The tertiary bomb site. Not one of my favorite words, as I believe it's overused, but on a map like Chalet, where it's quite rare to see that bomb site come into play, I think it's something we have to bring up.
Yeah, we've had kind of some back and forth play from the defense, so there hasn't been many opportunities for them to rotate through each and every one of the objectives.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
But maybe that'll change now, and perhaps we'll see an opportunity for a bit of a change here in this game. Hypers is on the Nook. Last time he played the Nook, I do remember his entry performance. You'll go back, that was on Villa. It was a tertiary defense as well. So that does pay homage in some respects. It was on Kitchen and Dining. Hypers walked into Memorial. He gunned down one. He walked into Kitchen and he got another. And then he got TK. So not the most cinematic ending there, but his impact led to a point where the offense was able to seize off the back of that, and they got a huge amount of map control just by his own endeavors.
I do believe in Hyper's gameplay. Although it may seem unorthodox at times, he's a player who I know and believe. He has so much raw potential, especially on an operator like Nook. I respect the Nook pick, especially in these tertiary bomb sites where they don't have the time to set up. They don't have that extra practice and information to know exactly what they're doing. Hypers can now go from down below, possibly take this mirror out from down below and just wait things out. I don't know if he took the nades or the hard breach. That will heavily influence the C1-2. 6 nades. He does have the nades. If he can cook those properly, it could be a difference maker in this round.
Yeah, we'll see if he can perform like Zigolo when he's got a nade in his hand. That's a bit of a high expectation, but Hypers is kind of a jack of all trades. Zigolo drops down below. He'll pull out a nade. They're going to have some mute jammers to clear. Zigolo will send his through. It looks like it's good on the money, and the Selma will be sent in for the follow-up. There we go! Hypers does score a nade kill. He finds Hawks, which is the smoke, probably one of your most valuable defenders here on this match point situation. And especially considering Binks, a lot of rounds on this kitchen dining site end by a plant situation.
They're in position. There's no echo or smoke to deny. You have 2 nitros remaining in the pockets of the defenders. Things aren't looking the best, but they are most definitely salvageable, as Storms will be able to take out Aquino. They have the option. They have the ability. It's just a matter of doing. Because remember, they're not just trying to clear upstairs. They have to clear this entire middle site to get that plant, as Storms will be able to find a second one onto Boobit. That's now your Zofia off the board, all on this second floor roam clear, leaving Coffee solo for the time being. But there's Badger for the kill onto Hypers, Zigolo refragging onto Storms. That still leaves man advantage until now on the side of ValorsGG, with Zigolo finding a huge nade, leading us into a 2v2 with 31 seconds. Zigolo will be able to take out Jinji 2. That's a triple kill for him, and he's keeping his team alive. Nitro Cell will be cooked out. Not gonna land as Zigolo makes his way down. Killed by Badger, but no, there's Coffee with the headshot. Quick refrag back and forth as Tide Pods stay alive.
Man, that one was awfully close there. The Mira was in a bit of a tricky position, trying to balance between the banister and the stairwell. We go to the last round, number 12 here on Chalet, to decide Valor's a win in regulation or Tide Pods push the game further, and we head into overtime. Go back to bar in gaming. Last time we went here, round number 9, it was a success for Valors, and that's what had kicked off their streak, eventually getting them there to that tertiary loss. But we'll see if maybe they can pencil it in another time. Last time they went about this, correct me if I'm wrong, Binks, but wasn't that the rush round? Wasn't that where they tried to flee into the side and it left Zigolo alone to try to clutch?
No. I feel like that... no, that would have been a second attempt, and they... oh, no. Rehost.
What a way to kill the momentum.
Oh, man. Shoot you. Welcome back. Things are heating up. Man, that could not have come at a worse time. I was feeling it.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's whatever. Disconnections happen. I know the servers have been kind of spotty all day, so hey, you know, we gotta make do with what we got. Here's hoping that the rehost goes quickly and we can get back into the lobby and resume the game. But sort of this match point situation on the gaming site. I'm thinking back, that I'm almost certain that last time they went to gaming, it was the reattempt and it was the rush, because Valor's won, but it was close. Zigolo had, I know he cooked a nade, he got Shu with the
that
nade,
one, yes.
and then he died engaging the Mira behind the bar. So, I don't feel like
that's when they won. That's... I think
I don't feel like that's great substance
before
to use, because it was a rush strat. It's kind of like a pocket move where they're just trying to, you know, see if maybe this can get them the win. Because in that point, it would have put them on 3 attack wins in a row, but not to be. So they're going to have to approach it from kind of that more typical front. And they did that in round number 7. Eventually, I think they whittled it back, and I seem to remember, I think Zigolo was in that position as well. I think he won a 2 versus 1 clutch, I want to say. Fighting his way back, we were talking about his nades and what he was able to do there. It was a little bit sloppy from the offense, I have to note, in the way that they cleared the top floor, because you're left with one person in a clutch. Obviously, something went wrong somewhere.
You can't rely on the clutch plays. That's very true. Unless you have an entire plan around that, if you have the drones in place, you could help them out in that sense. If you're expecting someone to clutch, then it's not a clutch. I hate to be the one to say that. Like, yeah, they win these. It's not a clutch at that point. That's what you're expecting them. It can be called a clutch statistically wise, but as far as I'm concerned, it's not exactly how things happen.
Well, I feel like this game has got to go to overtime, right? Like, surely Tide Pods.
It doesn't stop here. It can't stop here. I don't see
that
it.
wouldn't be poetic enough. We have to see overtime. But that's sort of a question of Tide Pods, and do they want it enough? Do they want to, try hard enough to give it their all here in this round and to actually, legitimately work together as a team? Because we've had rounds where it's like they don't work together. Where Hyper's entries and he loses forward hero drones. Like, that's not going to work.
Or we see Tide Pods. So at Tide Pods, what I find fascinating about them, they will account for some of the variables on the side of Tide Pods. They are able to rotate, hold their wrangles, and then we have other times where they skip a step. They don't wonder, how could they do this? How would I or they go for a quick peek, a heading angle, a corner camp? And so it's mentally draining, but you have to run through that checklist every single time you jump into a room. And that's definitely the hardest part by far. If you have to go through that checklist every single time you do any action, think about what would my opponent be doing. While it may make sense once you're on a roll, doing it, it's easy. Getting back into that, it's such a slow acceleration.
Well, I mean, given the scenario as well, now that we have the rehost, do you think that distinctly benefits one team or the other?
We don't know when the players left the game. We don't know how much information was gathered on site, because all of that has to remain the same. It always favors the attackers. Anytime there's a rehost, I am quite positive it's going to favor attackers because they have more time to talk about a plan. Defenders can't change too much. They already have a plan set in stone. So they can try to change things. Operators can't change, while attackers can't change their ops. It gives them a lot more freedom to decide what they do with their utility.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. You have to come into this round with a solid plan. I know we talked about both of these rosters as being able to operate very flexibly and not have the most structure, but maybe that's what you need here in this round to come up with a solid game plan to fall back on, because it's got to be a lot of pressure to be under in this scenario if you don't have a plan to fall back on. If you're just sort of searching for an opening, I mean, I've been in situations like that before where you're in a game. It's on game day. It's an official match. And you're just trying to figure out what the next step is going to be as an attacker. If you don't have a fallback plan, you can kind of just start searching and be in a position where you're trying to find an opening, but you never identify one. And so maybe having a plan is going to be the upper hand that they need.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I always love these chats because we can theory craft for forever, honestly. There's so many possibilities in the way we can both look at Rainbow Six. But now, reattempting this bar and games site will be Valors looking to end off the series right here and now. You know our prediction. We don't see it being too likely. But then again, this entire lead seems like something straight out of a fairy tale with how close these rounds have been. It will be about Tide Pods digging deep with everything they have left in them, and ValorsGG holding strong, holding on to that map control that they need, and not losing those early gunfights unnecessarily.
I mean, we talked about this earlier as sometimes Tide Pods need to be a little bit more conservative, and that comes in a couple different respects, whether it's with their utility, whether sometimes it's purely with their man count and the way that they organize their troops. But in this round, it's tough because you need to be conservative, right? Because if you make a mistake, it could cost you the game, but you also can't be passive. You can't just let, Valor's wait forever because it's the defense who get to decide that. The time could just run out for the offense if they aren't active enough. Chalet, though, we already spoke about it as being a situation that does very benefit the offense. Akidia wins a battle against Shu in a pretty surprising turn. He took so much damage for it, Binks, but he does stay alive.
That could be the difference maker in this entire round. 2 nades in his pocket, a kill under his belt. I see this. I can see him staying alive that substantial amount in order to get things done. He's able to drone. That's just the power of staying alive in this Rotero drone. You have to have a mute to stop that, Valors. Because look at all the utility, all those Wamai pucks and all those Jaeger ADSs now going to waste as this entire library hold could fall within the first minute, or sorry, almost 2 minutes of play. Ziggler with his nades, we know he's deadly. Cooking one, will it be able to connect? Landing, bit of shrapnel through the wall. No one's sitting on that mirror window though, as all the players on the side of ValorsGG are now forced to rotate into library, waiting for any sort of helping hand, but they don't need one as Hawks will shut down Hypers. Aquino being down by the Wamai, 2 huge kills. Coffee next up on the plate, spraying around, trying to get to cover. He also needs to worry about Ziggler, who's over on the office balcony.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Well, nice pick by Boobith, but Hawks is going to turn in his second.
Attackers recovered.
Big name to take out. It's Zigalo. The clutch presence from Zigalo is huge. And with Boobith gone now, with Hawks on a triple kill, the entire chance for Tide Pods is left on Coffee, but he won't make it happen. And in 3 short maps, it's a 3-0 sweep for Valors, and they are your inaugural Canada Contenders League champions.
Round of applause. That's a dominant performance. Were they the expected winner? No, they were not. Not in all cases, not at all. We had some clear-cut teams come into the playoffs, and they all played quite phenomenal. But ValorsGG coming in strong and proving that they have what it takes to be your first Canadian Contenders winners. Congratulations to them. We have a few things planned for this post-game. That includes an interview with our owner of CCL, Gooby, where we can have a little bit of insight, as well as an interview with the players on ValorsGG.
Yeah, that I do not believe fun.
They will. We get so much insight, and to be able to pass on more of that insight, not just from the players, but from the actual owner, where you can see what's going on behind the scenes of CCL, to see what's coming for you guys. That's something that I would not want to miss.
Yeah, I mean, if you think you potentially could earn a spot here in the postseason the next time the Canada Contenders League rolls around, I mean, we'll have some information about that. We're still working on specifics. Gooby and the rest of the management team has been hard at work planning season number 2. We have it confirmed there will be a follow-up season, but a lot of the details about that are still a work in progress, so we won't have too much finite information there. But yeah, for the post-show, for the interview, would there be really any big questions that you've had on your mind about Gooby, when it comes down to what makes up the league?
When am I going to get to meet him? That's the biggest one. He was at Waves for the LAN, but I was stuck at home. I couldn't go to Waves. I had to cast the game. So that's my question for it. I'm gonna figure that part out, but how about you? Because I believe you do know him a little bit better than me. There's got to be something on your mind. Oh wait, we have a Twitter too. If you want to ask Gooby a question, maybe you should at one of us, at Binkscaster, at Sticula, and maybe we might be able to ask a question for you. Look at that.
Maybe we would be. Well, we've got a special guest joining us here. I was not prepared for this, but it's Brian, Chief Cass, last name.
What?
Wow, I wasn't expecting to be here either, but gentlemen, first off, you guys look dapper and suave as always. I mean, that bow tie, Reese, incredible. Binks, that tie, I mean, you guys look beautiful, as always, as I expect you guys to do in a grand final. And speaking of grand finals, what a brilliant game. I mean, the season starts off with Valor's Game 1, Day 1, Map 1, 4v5, Consulate loss. I think it was Badger who was unable to play that day due to an internet outage. And then they come back to win the grand finals, to win the league. I mean, what a storyline. It started off with pure frustration, with them being livid and thinking that this season might be over. Their CCL run ends day 1. I mean, that's an incredibly bitter pill to swallow, but they swallowed it and overcame.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great story about being able to stay motivated, which I felt like was a big part of this series. And it does suck for Tide Pods a little bit because they had a map where one of their players gets sick, where Boobit he's throwing up, and so he can't play. He's got to step out, and, you know, it's such a change like that to disrupt the dynamic, especially in that second map where he spent the entirety of the first one. It wasn't the closest game. It was 7-3, but you know, there was a few glimmers for Tide Pods. And then to get to the second map feeling like you finally were warmed up, just to have a player have to drop out and a sub need to come in. You know, not to say that Hennessy had a bad performance. I mean, he was huge on the map, but there is a difference there because Boobit played Zofia. Hennessy was on Sledge.
That's a fair point to make, but Hennessy has so much experience, right? Akron, he comes from the roster that has won more prize money than any other collegiate team. But Binks, where was the strength from Valor's today? Did it start back, you know, after that loss back in Playday number 1, or were they always evolving throughout these play weeks to become this threat? Because we've seen them play in so many weekend tournaments and here in CCL as well.
You put in the work, you get results, and I think that's really what happened with Valor's. They put in the work, and you could see the way it paid off today. Their camaraderie, their ability to play not just around the players, but around the map, really shined through in a lot of their attacking rounds. My favorite round was on Consulate Garage when they practically monopolized the entire map within minutes, and I constantly felt like, okay, they're going to push now. Okay, surely they're going to push now. They get into the pick. Okay, now they're going to go for it. They played it so safe, so controlled. And it felt like a different team than what I saw at the start of the year. But it still kept the same core.
Now, as we look back throughout every single play day, every single grand final, all through the postseason, Reese, what stands out to you the most about, you know, our Canadian talent, you know, maybe individual players, individual teams, storylines, things like that?
I think my favorite is got to be Creepery. I love the storyline of this team. I think they were kind of the sweetheart of the league. That's the way that I framed it they played on LAN, and that was a huge game. That was so fun. You know, to see Northern Shield excel in that offline environment, but also for their opponents, Niagara Falls, a team that is still relatively young and they're growing. They have a huge amount of potential, I believe, and to see them go up against an opponent, while it's tough to see them get dispatched by them, by Northern Shield, you know, that's what's going to happen when you're a new team. You have those early sort of struggles, and that's what really gives you opportunities to build and be better.
I mean, Ryan was the league sweetheart. I mean, look at the commands I made for #DickUp. He has 2 of them. It's command R6Dick and R6 Creepery. So if you want to spam those right now to get dicks up and chat right now, make sure you do that. But you're right, Reese. Like, talk about that LAN. That was incredible. I mean, I've never casted LAN, and now you gentlemen have that opportunity, that part underneath your resume that you're able. It's still LAN, right? Sure, you're, you know, remoting in with VMix, but you still get to experience that. You get to see the players hype, you know, see their faces truly in front of you as they get these crazy plays, and which also I loved because Ryan was playing on a laptop at the beach the entire time, and now we're going to see him in a LAN. But, you know, we mentioned that Canadian talent, Parabellum and North Shield. I mean, they're subsidiaries of each other, right? And Parabellum is doing such a wonderful job for all Canadians to bring not only this league to you, but bring so many, like, new Canadian faces to competitive Rainbow Six Siege. And I think that's what this whole league was. We're going to be interviewing Gooby at some points once he figures out his camera. But, I mean, I think CCL did exactly what it was designed to, right? It was designed to kind of bring almost hope back to Canadians because, you know, when NACL died, people were like, well, what are we going to do? Like, the Canadian region was just kind of left like a dog, in a kennel, and tail between its legs, big sad eyes, and then Gooby comes here and revives the entire scene. I just have to say, I love everything that we've done so far today. Now, Binks, we mentioned a couple of things. We talked about the grand final. We talked about the LAN. I directed the question to Reese first, but I'm going to give it back to you. What is your highlight so far, CCL?
I gotta say the LAN.
LAN, it was brilliant.
It was amazing. It was the beginning of something that I think will be really special, and it will continue to prosper and grow for Canadian esports. You talked about goals being set and met. I believe that LAN really proves the ability that we have to connect with viewers, to connect with Canadian esports as a whole, to continue growing, because we see growth everywhere. And if we look at the collegiate scene in Canada, that's something that I believe through Canadian Contenders League, through this publicity that I've actually seen on my own end. They got connected through hearing about that LAN. They're like, Canadian R6 esports, that's a lot bigger. And now in their own universities or colleges, depending on what you want to call it, these esports teams are being developed and growing. And even in Canada, where it is a lot smaller, you don't have that same funding that you do as in the States. It's there and it's getting bigger. And that's something that we cannot even begin to overlook.
Now, in BC, Sam Fraser, they have a solid collegiate team. I mean, they've had great runs. I think you can easily make an argument for them top 20 in collegiate, if not higher. Ottawa has a strong team. So you're absolutely right. We're going to see more talent, and, with these endeavors in CCL, Gooby running things like this, I mean, we're going to see more players gravitate towards collegiate. I mean, we're already seeing that, in the United States, where a ton of T3 players just turned 17, 18. They're now going to college, and collegiate will have this renaissance almost, where everybody is going to be trying to play collegiate. I mean, who doesn't want to? There's a 40K prize pool. And Binks, you mentioned that this was a community, and pardon me, because I'm about to do a bad thing on camera. I'm going to not look at my camera, and read every single person that has helped CCL over this past season. And it's going to take me about a minute, because there are so many people. So from Uzu, Reese, Jasmine, Infernosis, McCready, Girafro, Santos, Fellow, Binks, Whippet, Tudors, Cairo, Corbeck, and Time to Light. Those are just the casters. How many did I say? 12? 15? I mean, so many people put time and effort into this league. On the observer side, we have Max, Science, Dan, and Nova. So it just gets longer and longer with producers. CDC, Luke, or Grissom, who's producing today, Cinza, Trix, Shiro, and Excess. And then for replay ops, Santa, and then Emma and Perp as our analysts. I mean, gentlemen, so many people put time, effort, and passion into this league. And throughout your broadcast, through others' broadcasts, from the production, observers, analysts, I mean, everybody has put so much love and passion, and we're going to see, CCL grow more and more. We're going to see the Canadian scene grow more and more. But gentlemen, I know I was a surprise, but we have more friends coming. We're going to have an interview. It was a Badger earlier. I'm not sure who's going to be following that. Gooby
hello there.
Hello,
What's
beautiful.
up? Hi, friends.
Well, gentlemen, welcome. Gooby, I want to talk to you first, because this is your league. We've wrapped up the grand finals. What is going through your head, and did we accomplish your goals that you set forth a couple of months ago?
Absolutely. I could not be happier with how this turned out. We definitely went through some ups and downs. We went through a lot of, I don't want to say major, but minor rule changes. Depending on player feedback, we're built very much on pertaining to the players. So we went through a lot of hoops, but I'm super excited and happy with how things turned out. Super excited for the future. It's going to be great.
Well, Gooby, you mentioned the future. Anything that you can link to us or leak to us? Tell us about maybe season 2?
I definitely can. I don't have any dates offhand, unfortunately, but I can tell you with 100% certainty that there will be a season 2. We're going to be working hard in the off season, acquiring sponsorships, taking player feedback, As I mentioned, player feedback is huge. Season 1, while it was great, I want to give thanks to absolutely everyone. I know I'm going to forget people, but production, Grissom, XS, Binks, Chief, and Sticula, and everyone else. I know I'm going to forget people. I'll probably put out a tweet or something later, because if I just do it now, I will forget about everyone and I'll feel so bad. But I couldn't be more happier with how things turned out. But yeah, definitely season 1, just the start of things. Season 2 is going to be even bigger, so can't wait.
Now, Badger, over to you. We talked earlier about your season. It didn't really start off the way you wanted to. Map 1, day 1, you ended up DCing. Your team played a 4v5 on Chalet, and then you end up winning the grand final. What has that process from losing day 1 to winning the final day been like?
Well, originally, we came into the roster that we played with for quals, like me, David, Habibi, Hicks, and Storms. Our team disbanded right after the quals, so because David and Habibi both left. So coming back from that and just kind of making a pug stack. We've all played together. Shu and Tricky was an old teammate of mine on Visionary. And Hawks was on a team with Hickser back in the day, the old Valors roster. So we've all played together really well, and I think that most of the games that we lost were due to us not having a 4v5 or forfeit or something like that. But when we all get together, we really show up.
Now, one more question directed to you. Back when I knew you on Visionary, you, to me, were the most outspoken Canadian that I knew. You wanted a Canadian league. You were always talking about repping, Canada. You were fighting all the Americans when they would say something dumb about Canada. Yeah. What does it feel like to be actually the first ever winner of CCL?
It's huge. It's being Canadian is I'm so proud to be a Canadian. And this whole Canadian league was such a big opportunity. So being able to be at the forefront of this league and be able to participate is just a gift in and of itself.
Now, Scrim, are you on camera and are you mic up right now with us? Because I know you just joined the VC.
I'm mic'd up. I don't got a camera right now.
All right, that's fine by me. So you've been part of the journey with Valors. You've been playing, in some of those, weekend tournaments. How have those successes and weekend tournaments been applied here to CCL?
I'm actually not a part of Valors. I'm
you're
from
not?
Enfys.
No,
I've just been invited here.
Well, I just invited you to Valors. So Badgers, basically,
sure, why not?
Badgers and Scrib. This is what happened.
Thank you,
guys.
though.
I've just promoted you to Valors. You're now a champion. You're a CCL champion. Congrats on that. You get. We're gonna mail you a trophy at some point. Gooby's gonna have to pay for it. So that's how we do it.
That'd be funny.
So you mentioned that you're at the land, correct?
Yes.
What was that experience like for not only building CCL, building the Canadian team, but also for yourself? What was it like to be there?
Oh, it was awesome. It was kind of unexplainable. It doesn't matter if there's people there watching you, or, you're there to play. You're away from home. You're playing on a whole new setup. Mm-hmm. It's a whole new experience. And 3 of our teammates were there. Actually, we met one of them for the first time in real life, which was awesome. So, it's really good to build team chemistry. First of all, and second of all, just the experience was immaculate. It was crazy.
I love that. I wish, I was a true Canadian. I know I kind of am. I'm the only American in the Canadian group chat, so I'm honorary Canadian, but I wish I could have been there. It seemed phenomenal. Now, I've been hogging the stage for just a bit. Our true casters who did a lovely performance earlier. Binks, I'm going to turn the mic over to you. Ask as many questions your heart desires.
Thank you very much, Chief. As always, you were a very nice surprise to have here. A lot of nice surprises that I didn't know were coming. But I got to turn it right over to Badger because I got to wonder, this win is still pretty fresh. You're sitting here, the boys are probably waiting for that after party, wondering, hey, what are we going to do now? We set a time for a BO5.
Yeah,
I think we still have a good bit of time to burn before we have anything else planned for the night. So I gotta ask you, you had the preparation. What's going on? What's the plan for tonight? I will ask you obscure questions. tell me, like, how do you celebrate? Where do you go from here?
I mean, I wasn't expecting it to take too long. I mean, it took a little bit longer than expected between the first and second map, but we were really confident going into this game. Like, we knew that we were the better team, and we were just like, even Viral. Like, I know that like Viral was like top #1, like #1 team, whatever. But we were like, how are they #1? Like, I don't see how that was the #1 team. Like, I don't think they played like it, and clearly they had something going on. And I feel bad for what happened. I don't know if that's like been officially announced or whatever. But yeah, I mean, we were like, even with our old team, we were expecting to just go through and like sweep through, clean through the league. So
Now, I'm going to toss it over to Scrim, because when I actually interviewed you at the start of this season, the #1 team that you said that you were kind of afraid of was GG. And
Indeed.
can you enlighten me a little bit on how you've seen that really come into fruition, and what it's felt like as a fellow competitor to watch a team that you know that's already so scary get to the level that they're at?
They're just dominant, man. Their util clear is crazy. They get down on the roam clears like it's nothing. They nail the basics of the game, you know. And if a team can do that, they're gonna thrive. And if they can do it extra well, they're gonna thrive even more. So that's just what they did, what they can do.
Lovely.
Wonderful.
Thanks. If you had no more questions, Reese, my friend, over to you.
All right. Well, I wanted to ask for Scrim, because I know I got a chance to talk with you after your match on LAN, but I wanted to ask from day one all the way to the end of the regular season, what was the biggest lesson you guys learned from your team?
Don't disband. Always. No, seriously, because there's a lot of there's a lot of issues, not issues, but people don't stick with each other, and that's what you need to do. We need to form chemistry. We need to stick with each other, and like I said at the beginning of the season, we had some guys fall off here and there, but we're pretty confident with the core guys that we have. So just this league in general is a big stepping stone, but yeah.
All right. Well, I'll turn it over to you, Badger, for one final question before I give it back to Chief. Firstly, I'd like to say really good sportsmanship from you guys to allow a substitute player in for Hennessy. We never want to see, a forfeit match, especially in a grand final, so I thought that was super cool of you guys to allow somebody to come in, especially with Boobith being sick. You can't really control that. Yeah. But now with the season done for, and with all of Canada in R6 Esports having this opportunity to compete, to improve, where do you see your team performing coming into a potential for that next season?
I don't know if we're going to come back for a second season. I would hope so. Like maybe even the same players, like in the same roster coming back would be super fun. And I mean, now that the league is out there, usually the first season is just for like, those pioneers to go through and like play in the league. But now that it's out there and all these Canadian players are going to see this, I think it'll be much more exciting the next season.
It will be exciting next season. I can't wait. Gooby alluded to it earlier. Now, Scrim, the mic is yours. Shout out anybody that helped you be successful. CCL, your teammates, the support staff, your mother, your father, your girlfriend, your dog. Give people love who need the love.
Literally everybody just here. Thank you for everything. We had a great season. We learned a lot being a new competitive team. We probably couldn't do it anywhere else better than here. We had some great teams to go up against. Even though if we took 1 or 2 rounds off, we were still happy with that because we learned from it, right? But no, we'll be back. We'll keep grinding. I have a really supportive girlfriend as well. Thank you to her. She actually she came to LAN. That was awesome.
Oh, she did. That's right.
Yeah, that was awesome. So yeah, like I said, just the experience. Everybody here, I'm thankful for, especially Gooby for running this league. Gives us a little bit of exposure, and I guess I had a little bit of practice for some comp, new teams, whatever. But yeah, just thankful for everybody here. It was an awesome league, and my teammates as well. Can't forget them.
Yeah. Well said, my friend.
Yeah, very important.
Badger, over to you. Make sure you shout out everybody because you're the champion. You won, and you need to make sure everybody who supported you knows that.
I mean, everyone who subbed in for one of our games, Jimmy Buckets, the GOAT, David and Habibi, obviously, for get us in the league in the first place. And before they left, like just them losing passion for the game was it sucked to see. But I mean, playing with them was one of the best teams I've ever been on. So shout out to them and all the boys played tonight. Storms for sure, Shu, Ox, Hixer, and Genji.
Badger, my friend, it's been lovely to watch your storyline over the past year, you know, from CCS season 3 and 4 to now being CCL champions. It's been awesome to watch you grow. Again, I mentioned earlier, you're the outspoken Canadian, and now I guess in season 2 you can defend that title. But Badger, Scrim, I'm going to let you guys go. It's been wonderful chatting with you today. We're going to let Gooby highlight a little bit more of what's going on, and he did mention some other people, but Gooby, this is your league. This is your opportunity to send us out with your parting words and anything else that you need to deliver.
I would love to. I actually pulled up. Let me see here. I pulled up because I'm so forgetful. I have a list of everyone who helped out this season. Let me pull it up. And I'm literally just going to go through it because I know I'm going to forget. Okay. Are we ready?
Send it.
Okay, on the caster side, we've got Chief, Uzu, Sticula, Infernosis, McCready, Girafero, Santos, Fellow, Binks, Whippet, Two Doors, Cairo, Corbeck, Time to Light, and Light Rose. On the Observer side of things, we've got Science, Dan, I Major Nova, the Unnamed Gamer. Production side of things, we've got Grissom, Tricks, Narwhals, Excess, and Rob. Replays, we have Santa. Analysts, we have Emma and Perp. Admins, can't forget about the admins. We've got Kimberly, Raichi, Cravington, and Kandama. Staff management, Booker has been so helpful. He's literally, his name is Booker, and he books people. He's amazing. Takes a lot of stress off of my job. And then, of course, I have to shout out your boy got snacks, also Greg. He did everything on the website of things. So if you go to cclrs6.com, everything on there is him. He's a crazy web whiz. And of course, got to shout out Chris Lama from Parabellum. He's been an amazing support throughout this whole season. So, and of course, I probably forgot someone. So I just have to thank everyone. It's just been an incredible season.
Chris is goated. But Lord Gubicus, this is your league. You founded this. You put the blood, sweat, and tears. Send us home. Send us out of this. This is your time, you know, say thank you to all your fans, and
absolutely.
Have some brewskis later.
Absolutely. Just thank you to all the viewers, all the teams. You know, congratulations, Badger, and the rest of Valors. It's been a pleasure watching everyone play. Running the socials. I'm always clipping everything and trying to push everything. So it's been a pleasure, and I cannot wait for next season.
Season 2. Good night, everyone.
Season 2.
Oh.